Now, how's the? There we go. I forgot to plug the microphone in. I forgot to plug the mic in. Derp. Freaking cold here lately, man. How you doing, John? My fingers are like ice cold. Yeah, we got snow here too. It's snowing. It snowed every day this week. It's not sticking, it melts by the afternoon, but it's snowing every day. Really annoying. And it's windy as hell too, so you don't want to go outside. It just sucks the heat right out of you. And my freaking heater's failing. It stopped working in my room, and it's starting to fail here. At least it's still working in Michelle's room. Gotta hope the guy who installed it is still in business. Because he might not be. Fun, fun, fun. It's always something, huh? Always something. Oh, and the hot water tank stopped working too. So I probably burned up the element. That's a normal thing here with the hard water. And it's just too damn cold outside to do anything about it. Because I have to drain the tank and pull the element out. If I ever get that shed out back finished, I think I'm going to when I put the washer and dryer in the shed, I'm going to move that hot water tank from that outside accessible cavity, and I'm going to move it into the utility room. This way it'll be easier to deal with in the future. I also think I'm going to run PEX pipe inside the house. So instead of running the water pipes underneath the house, I'm going to run the water pipes along the ceiling. Get some white PEX. 3D print some brackets to mount and cover it. And just run the PEX right down the center of the house. Hello, John. This way, the only piece of the water pipe that will be exposed to the elements is the piece coming from the ground to the house. So a piece that big. And that I can just wrap in heat tape. Otherwise, it'll all be inside. Hopefully the internet plays nice with us today. The internet's been a little bit the last few days with all the snow. It keeps coming and going, and I lose it for a couple hours, and it comes back. Oh, man, cold. I'm at the point where I'm getting ready to bring the kerosene heater inside. But I only have about 3 weeks of fuel for it. I'm trying to hold off as long as I can. Because February, March is when it really gets cold here, depending on this crazy weather. You guys in the East are getting slaughtered. Getting all kinds of crazy weather. Yep, I know. Oh, wait a minute. They updated again? That's good. Hopefully they fix some little bugs. And hopefully they do more than just one update. I don't see an update. Ah, 5.0.1. Okay. So what did they change? No list of what they changed? Let's see here. Resources, community, general discussion. Okay. Mesh repair option. Nice. Okay. Oh, they fixed the user interface scaling. That's nice. 3D mouse compatibility. That's cool. Maybe I'll get my space mouse out again. GD and Flashsport's Wi-Fi support. And they added support for Voron, Bamboo, Anchormate, and the V400. I got the V400 right there. Nice. Okay. We'll see how much that fixes. And we'll see if they keep releasing updates. Boy, last week, I could barely open my damn eyes. My eyelids and the skin around my eyes was so raw and puffy. You ever get those little boogies you get pick out of the corner of your eye in the morning? You know, like a little crystal. Well, I got those little crystals were growing along my eyelashes, and they were like razor blades. They were tearing apart my skin. Oh, it was so red and inflamed, it was crazy. And then I get secretions that would cause like a milky film over my eye that'd make everything blurry. And I found out whatever that secretion was, it is what was harming my skin. I found the name for it. It begins with a K. They have no idea what causes it, and there's no solution for it. It just comes and goes. But I found out that what exacerbated it was the normal tendency to rub your eyes to make to push the stuff away. That makes it worse because you're rubbing it into the skin around your eye, which made it inflame even worse. So I have to keep a wet rag on my nightstand every night. I have to keep a wet rag so that I can wipe my eye with water. And as long as I use water and not my own fluids doing this, then it gets better. And over the last week, it's gotten better. So, last week my eyes were like closed. The inflammation was so high I could barely open my eyes. But now that I keep the wet rag and I wipe my eyes with that, it goes away. I'm talking, there's like stuff like in my eyelashes. Yuck. And they have no idea what causes it. My eyes have been so sore. I haven't even turned on a printer or anything in the last week. It's just too damn cold and it's too painful. But I did get those new CHT alternative nozzles. I ordered them from AliExpress. I think was it CNC Kitchen who showed them? I think it was CNC Kitchen. So that's these new nozzles. Wait till you see this. This is cool. And I don't think it violates the patent. I think it's novel. So, it's your typical nozzle. And they're available in 1.2 millimeter, so I got some 1.2 millimeter. Are these even marked? Yes. So these are 0.6s. His results so far are very promising. But here's the cool thing. And they actually work. They appear to work better than the CHT, so higher throughput, which really surprises me. Do I have a pick? I can pick that out of there. But that is actually removable. That is a copper insert. You can, if you had a small enough pair of pliers, you can grab that and pull that out of there. And so the 3-channel split has more surface area than a CHT, so you get better heat throughput. Now, what's interesting is I want to see them release one of these where the nozzle, and more importantly, the insert is made of tool steel, so that we can use abrasive materials, because you do not want to use abrasives with this. Not only will the brass suffer, but it's going to rip that insert to shreds. You put carbon fiber or glow through this, it's probably going to tear that insert apart. So I would not use abrasives with this. Trying to see if I have something I can pick at it with. No, nothing in there. Oh, there's my other reader. I was looking for that. I knew it was here somewhere. Oh, wait a minute. This ought to work. And what's important to me is they have a 1.2 millimeter. Because I like 0.8 and 1.2. Because it's multiples of 0.4. I don't know why, I prefer that. Still too big. Ah, maybe they pressed him in this time. Because the inserts came out. These ones are not coming out. Yeah, they're not coming out. I was kind of digging the idea that it had an actual separate piece. But so instead of using a drilling process, this is just a standard shaft nozzle. Obviously with a very big opening here. And then this is a separate piece of machined copper. So I am very much looking forward to playing with these. That came out of this one. Let's see. I think I got 4, 6, 8, and 1.2. see. This is unmarked, so I think this is 0.4. Nice sharp point too. So I think that's a 0.4. Man, it's freaking cold. This looks like the 0.8. And out in the car, I have the 1.2. Yeah, this is the 0.8. There it is, 0.8. I just run my printer stock. I don't run Clipper. Yeah, that's a 0.8. That's the one I'm probably going to play with first. A compromise between 0.4 and 1.2. But the cool part is they can just run off standard nozzles with whatever opening they want and use the same insert for all of them. Which is pretty darn cool, actually. Need to get that to stop hunting. But that's pretty cool. I'm looking forward to playing with these. I'd like to see a hardened version. I'd also like to see US Metals make one of their PCD nozzles with one of these inserts. That's a ketchup nozzle? Well, the whole point of this is for better melt. So let me draw that. Hang on. Stronger prints. The fatter your extrusion, the stronger the print is. So what you have is literally one of these shapes here. So you literally have this shape here. So that's going to look something like this. That's going to look something like that. So I do not think this violates the patent that CHG has. And so the nozzle is literally just an opening like this. And then here's your threading. So that's going to be your standard nozzle. And then this piece here just slots in to the end of the nozzle, just like that. Larger nozzles give you faster print times, thicker layers, which means even faster print time, and wider extrusions and thicker layers also equal stronger prints. So as we all know, a 3D print is made of layers. And those layers have a width. So you have a width to your layers. And then you also have a thickness to your layers. Okay. So the strength, there we go. So your layers will all have a thickness. So that'd be your layer height. So let's say 0.2 millimeter. And then your layers are going to have a width. So a layer is going to look something like this. That's going to be about the shape of a layer. And that's going to be your nozzle path, and that's going to be your layer height. So this would be 0.4 millimeter, for example. So this will be your cross section, which is made up of your layer width and your layer height. Now, the overall strength of your print is ultimately limited by the strength of this strand. Because remember, with very few exceptions, we never actually get perfect adhesion. So your layers don't truly bond into one. So even though this is all together, you can think of it more like it's being glued together. So when you break this, it's going to break along these bonds. When you have for example, a 1.2 millimeter nozzle, you have 3 times the width. Now that's actually the same as what I would normally print, because I would normally print 3 walls, which is 1.2 millimeters thick. That's one of the reasons I prefer 1.2 millimeters. Now the thing is, this is what you get. So with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle, you get this. With a 1.2 millimeter nozzle, you get this. These bonds here, right here, so layer 1, or perimeter 1, perimeter 2, perimeter 3, well, this is all perimeter 1. These are not perfectly bonded. This joint between them is not perfect. And even if you do lay the layers perfectly, even if you have over extrusion, so you over squish a little bit, they can still and will still break along these bond lines, while this will not. So this, you don't have to break the material, you only have to break the bond, and the bond is weaker than the material. While with this, there is no bond to break. You have to break the material. So this will always be a stronger construct than this. And of course, you also break along your layer lines. Because again, the bond is not perfect. So the fewer of these layer lines I have, the fewer bonds there are to break. So with what the hell? Why did 3D Builder open? Hey, Jerry. So a 0.4 millimeter nozzle is, for a fine quality print, is going to max out at about 0.2 millimeters. Depending on your overhang angles, you could probably get away with a 0.3 layer height. While with, oh my god, with a 1.2 millimeter nozzle, I could very comfortably use a 0.6 millimeter layer height. And that 0.6 millimeter layer height means for every one bond that I have, you're going to have 3 bonds. So your layer equals this, my layer equals this. Yeah, but it just opened on its own. I have no idea why it just opened. That's like never happened before. I'll give credit, 3D Builder is not that bad. It's pretty good. Although I haven't needed it since Simplify 3D version 5. Version 5 seems to be able to fix my models correctly now. Whatever little issues Tinkercad creates, V5 seems to be able to handle it now. While V4, many times I had to run my model through 3D Builder first to correct it. So when you're building very large things, I mean, when you're making something, like this, the nozzle diameter doesn't matter. I mean, you're just wasting plastic using a thicker nozzle on something like this. Will this be stronger with a thicker nozzle? Yes, of course. If I used a 0.6 or a 0.8 to make this, I'd have to redesign it because it's designed for a 0.4. But if I used a 0.6 or a 0.8, yes, this would be substantially stronger. But it doesn't need to be stronger. There's no functional requirement for this part to be stronger than it is. So using a fatter nozzle is just wasting plastic. Now, if you have someone who's really rough with stuff, printing with a 0.6 might actually make the difference between this being able to survive being chucked across the room or not. If I chuck this across the room, there's a pretty decent chance it's going to break because it's a single wall print. It's got 2 walls, but it's all single perimeter. By going with a thicker wall, you will make a stronger overall part. But parts don't need it. Now, when I print a rocket this size, there really isn't a need to make this any stronger than the 0.4 is. However, if I want to print this rocket this big around and 6 feet tall, and I want to put, a J motor in it, well, now you're going to be pushing the limit of a single wall print for this kind of a model. And also, by making a 6 foot tall model, no one's going to be closer than 100 feet to the model. So I don't care about layer lines. And the parasitic drag, it will probably actually help. But you'll gain more benefit from being able to print. I could make that model, 6 times the size and still make it single perimeter, which will save me a tremendous amount of time in how long it's going to take to print a 6 foot tall model. So, if I were to try to print a 6 foot tall tube with hair, there you go. This is one of my mega fins that I've been working on. It needs to have a cutout to give it a rib here because you can see the shape is a little bit deformed. This is supposed to be puffed out like that. It's supposed to be more like that. But because of the way the thermoplastic works, it gets compressed inward. And this has got like a warp. So I would have to put a rib in here. Yeah. Yeah, you don't want them to well, they don't explode. The burn rate of a rocket motor is subsonic. So it doesn't detonate, it doesn't explode. It conflagrates, it burns. And when you see one go off, when you see one KO, what you're seeing is the casing overpressurizing. So some flaw in the motor, either a weakness, a gap, or too much of the propellant ignites simultaneously because of an air gap somewhere. Then you get an overpressurization and it pops like a balloon. Except, of course, there's lots of fire because it's burning. But this was printed with a 1.2 millimeter nozzle. You try printing this with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle, and first of all, you can't use phase mode anymore, because if you printed this single wall, it would have no strength whatsoever. None. It'd be so weak, you couldn't do anything with it, except use it as a display model. And, Morton Thiokol. Who's that? The engineer who refused to approve the Challenger launch, Alan McDonald, he was from Morton Thiokol. Wow. He passed away in 2021 at 83. Well, when I say explosion, we're talking about legal definition. So, for example, the hobby rocketry industry had a problem with the ATF. The ATF was trying to, for whatever reason, someone at the ATF got to stick up their ass about model rockets and terrorists. They saw it as a potential threat. I remember the one time they tried to create an example of how dangerous rockets were, and they ended up just burning their van down because they're idiots. Oh, but from a legal perspective, a conflagration is a subsonic flame front. Explosion is a supersonic flame front. So if the... Yeah, I know, but we all just call it ATF. If the flame front, if the energy wave, the pressure wave going through your propellant is subsonic, then it's a conflagration. It's a burn, not an explosion. Technically, legally, to be an explosion, the energy front, the pressure wave going through the fuel has to be supersonic. So, now you can have a fuel that is both. So, for example, I don't think anybody would argue that you can make a black powder bomb that would be an explosion, but the black powder we use in our model rockets doesn't explode, it burns. So that's a legal distinction, and we actually won that case against the ATF. So got their dumbasses out of rocketers' noses. Although they stuck us on the igniters, so everybody had to change how they handle igniters. So, pain in the ass. Just because someone got a stick up their ass. Yeah, this came out pretty nice. I was pleased by this. I just have to add that rib. The only reason I didn't add the rib is I wanted that nice finish, but it needs it. So my idea is to have the rib come in from the back. So instead of having, like you'll see on this one here, instead of having the rib on the side here, which just goes from one side to the other, same as I created the ribs on this. So instead of doing it from the middle, which would be quite visible with a 1.2 millimeter nozzle, you're not going to hide the ribs with a 1.2 millimeter nozzle. It's going to be a very obvious seam going right down the end of the fin. So the idea I got is to instead have the seam on the trailing edge of the fin and have the rib come up inside the middle and then spread out from here to both sides and spread out from here to both sides. So I'd have that internal rib structure. This was printed on the... What did I print this on? I think this was the JG Artist. The Artist D from JG Maker. I think that's what I printed this on. And, yeah, I was very, very happy with how this came out, except for that warping. But, yeah, that's a nice fin. Now, I could also just let it warp and print a separate grid insert that I would then shove inside of this. I could do that too, but I'd rather integrate it into the design. But yeah, have an internal rib that would come inside here and then spread out and then spread out to give me that reinforcement inside of here to make this hold its shape, because it's supposed to be shaped like that. But as you can see, it kind of compresses it down because of the plastic shrinking. But you could not practically make this with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle. You would have to print this with a standard slicing method. You couldn't do it single perimeter vase. I printed this overnight. Printing something like that overnight is pretty damn fast. It was like 6 hours, if that, maybe less. I'll have to check the slice. But to print this with a regular method, it's a whole day. And it would probably use more plastic. You know, with 3 walls and a little bit of infill, this would probably take a whole day to print. So by printing this in vase mode, not only is it a lot lighter and a lot faster and a lot cleaner, there's no zit lines anywhere, but also it's a lower probability of failure since it's continuous extrusion. There's no layers, there's no zit line, there's no retractions, there's no travel movements. It's just one continuous spiral, which means probability of failure drops dramatically. You know, one of the motors would have to fail or skip for this to fail. You know, it's never going to fail because the nozzle collided. It's never going to fail because the nozzle warped when it created an extraction point. You know, that's just never going to happen because it's one continuous print. As long as that first layer goes down and stays put, you're good. But the next thing I want to do is I want to print a high power rocket that is almost entirely 3D printed. So everything, launch lugs, interfaces, eBay, all of it. I want to make it all 3D printed. But I also want to make it so that I also want to make it so the oh, cold. The I want to make it so that it could be assembled. So I want these pieces to thread together instead of glue together. So I want these to thread together. And normally I would not 3D print the entire airframe on anything much bigger than this. This is just a proof of concept, just to say, see how you can do it. Because normally you would make the airframe paper. So normally you would do it like this. So everything here is 3D printed except the paper airframe. There's no logistical reason to 3D print the airframe when the paper does a better job for less money and less effort. So I 3D print the parts that make sense. You know, the fin can, the fins, the retention, the centering rings, the launch lugs, the nose cone. That's all 3D printed. But then I just use a paper tube for the airframe and a paper tube inside the motor mount. So if you look inside of here, that's a paper tube inside there. Everything else is 3D printed, but there's just not a reason to 3D print the airframe itself when the paper does a better job at less mass and less cost. And this was just proof of concept. So this is a two-piece rocket. So literally 2 vase mode prints, and you have a complete rocket. And then this is just an extension if you want to make the rocket longer, because this rocket would require a pretty substantial amount of nose weight to make it stable, while this would require almost no nose weight to make it stable. And so the idea was, could I make the whole entire airframe? And the answer is yes, that'll work fine. This just needs a paper tube going up the middle to for where where the motor goes and the parachute goes. But that'll be the only non 3D printed part, is the paper tube that goes up the middle here. Everything else 3D printed. So there is some hostility in the hobby toward 3D printing, especially regarding high power. So they don't want to allow 3D printed rockets for certification, which I think is insane. I don't like that. It's the attitude of, we don't understand it, therefore we don't trust it, therefore we're going to ban it kind of attitude. And it's not based on logic, it's not based on reason, it's not based on science. Because PLA is stronger than plywood. It's a hell of a lot stronger than balsa wood and basswood. So what's the problem? The tensile strength of PLA is higher than the tensile strength of plywood. Everything else being equal, of course. So my project will be to design an almost completely 3D printed high power rocket. So something to fly on an I or a J motor. So I ideally would be like a J, maybe even a K, like a K550 or something like that. You know, your typical level 2 rocket. And so design the whole thing to be 3D printable. It's going to be a whole bunch of pieces because I want to design it so that anybody with any printer can print it. So the most common printer on Earth is the Ender 3 or something about the size of an Ender 3. So think Prusa, Mark II, Mark III, Ender 3, any of those i3 sized printers, Neptune 3, Fucus F5, Odin F5, G-Tech, G10, any of those Ender 3 clones. That's going to be the most common printer there is. So it'll have to be a modular design where all the pieces can be printed on that size printer. The only compromise I might make is to use a thicker nozzle. If you're a Rocketeer, you can change the nozzle on a printer. Okay, deal with it. So I'd probably go with a 0.8 millimeter nozzle. I could probably make it strong enough to work with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle. I might even try that. I might experiment with that. But the design will be simplified if I use a bigger nozzle. So I would have to increase the number of these ribs and stuff like that in order to use the smaller nozzle. So I'd have to compensate for the thin walls with more structural ribs to reinforce it. And while that's not going to appreciably increase the print time or the plastic weight, it's going to dramatically increase my design time. So going with a 0. Even just going up to a 0.6 would make a pretty substantial difference in strength. Every extrusion would be 50% stronger, and it would require 50% less extrusion. Well, it's going to be single perimeter no matter what, so not really. But it'll be 50% stronger, but it'll also be 50% heavier because it'll have 50% more plastic. Now, the other advantage is I can go to a higher layer height. So with a 0.6 millimeter nozzle, I could probably get away with a 0.3 millimeter layer height for the entire model, which will reduce the print time by 50%. You're not going to gain the perimeter advantage since you would both would be single perimeter, but you'll gain the layer height advantage. And that's one of the reasons I wanted to go, hey Timothy, that's one of the reasons I wanted to go with a 0.8 is because then I could go to 0.4 millimeter layer height and still do a 45-degree overhang. So it depends. But I want to start working on that. The first trick will be to vase mode print threads. So I have to design the model with threading so that the parts can thread together. I want it to be modular. I want to be able to walk out into the field and screw this model together on the field and launch it. Just to say, to those elitists who don't understand it, therefore ban it. Model rocketry is supposed to be a more enlightened hobby. We're supposed to be based on reality and intelligence and reason and logic and not emotions and feelings and fears. And so when I see people do dumb things like that, it really annoys me. It's like, that's not what we're supposed to be about. I keep dripping out of my nose. It's really annoying. But ultimately, the fewer of these bonds that you have, the stronger your part will be because you're bringing your model closer and closer to being in a homogeneous print. And also, when you join two layers together, so when you print one layer and then you print another layer on top of it, the wider the extrusion, the larger the bonding surface area is of the model. So as many of you know, silk filaments have poor layer bonding. The plastic itself is actually stronger. If you were to take a strand of PLA and a strand of silk PLA, the strand of silk PLA is substantially stronger than regular PLA. Oh, it's not lucky. I am constantly choking on my own snot. Like literally, I gag and choke on my own snot daily. It drives me crazy. I have postnasal drip, so all of my snot drips back into my throat. And something that people don't realize is that your body will not permit you to swallow your own snot. At least mine won't. So I can't swallow it. It comes back up, and it sits there at the top of my throat until you choke on it. It is exceptionally aggravating. And so I have to blow it out before it builds up enough that I choke on it. Like literally gag, vomit, choke on it. It drives me nuts. And then if my nose gets clogged, oh, then I'm really screwed because then it all goes right into my throat. And I hack up these giant slimy snot balls out. Oh, it's nasty. What do you mean without sinuses? What do you mean you don't have sinuses? Running an extrusion different than the size of your nozzle comes with its own problems, however. So, for example, that's not going to work on these. So let me show you why. You can see that's got a pretty fine point on it. There we go. So you see, that's actually got a pretty fine point. So I would not run this at any more than what it's rated for. So this is a 0.8, I believe. Yeah, that's a 0.8. Oh, wow. Dude, that's crazy. My optic nerve didn't finish forming. That's why I can't see out of that eye. So here's the thing about printing. Now, if you have a big fat nozzle like this, so let's say this is your nozzle tip, and this is this is 0.4 millimeters, or 0.6 millimeters. Let's say this is a 0.6 millimeter hole, and I tell it to print 1.2. Well, if you have a lot of material here that's well machined, then it can over extrude the plastic like that, and this nozzle will flatten it. All right. But if your nozzle comes to a nice little point like this, that's not going to work so well. What's going to happen is the plastic's going to do this. The plastic's going to do that. And you're going to have a very sloppy layer. So depending on the nozzle and the size, you can get away with printing something different than your nozzle width. However, plastic is an elastomer. It expands and it contracts. Really? So those scents require sinuses? That's interesting. I wonder why. Like, why would you need sinuses to smell skunk versus not smelling skunk? What am I unscrewing? This. Oh, wow! The cap threads. I didn't realize the cap on this was threaded. Oh, that's crazy. Huh. I didn't realize that was a threaded cap. Boy, that's crazy. On the good side, you can fuck with skunks and you can fuck around and find out and not pay the price. Until other people smell you. But on the second side of that, you won't smell that your house is about to explode because of natural gas leak. So that means you can't smell sulfur. Interesting. Because natural gas actually has no smell. Propane and natural gas do not have a smell. The smell that we smell when a gas leak occurs, that's a chemical we add to the gas so that we can detect it. That's interesting. So, if you run a 1.2 millimeter extrusion out of a 0.6 millimeter nozzle, you are not going to get as accurate or as clean an extrusion as you would running a 1.2 out of a 1.2. Does it work? Yes. Does it work as well? No. You're also going to you're going to greatly increase the expansion and shrink forces that are in the model. So you're going to be embedding a lot of tension in your model that wouldn't be there with a proper extrusion, because you're over extruding, which means you're forcing more plastic out of the nozzle than it has room for, and now that nozzle, that plastic is going to want to shrink. So can you do it? Yes. Will it alter the model? Yes. It's not going to print quite as well. If you're printing something with vertical walls, you're not going to run into a problem. So for example, if I printed this over extruding, it's not really going to care. It's going to be, for the most part, okay, because it's a straight wall. But if you were to print something like this, intentionally over extruding, well, the cleanliness and accuracy of this might be compromised. Maybe it won't be. You might get lucky, but there's going to be issues. So I don't like, except in vase mode prints, I don't like altering the extrusion width to be different than the physical diameter of the nozzle. So if I want to print a 1.2 millimeter extrusion, I want a 1.2 millimeter nozzle. Your flow rate's going to be better. Your heat dissipation is going to be better. Because remember, in order to get a 1.2 millimeter extrusion out of a 0.6 millimeter nozzle, you have to double your plastic flow rate in order to get twice the plastic out of the nozzle as it was made to. And that means you're going to have less heat soak into that plastic than you would want. And that's the opposite of what you want printing a thicker layer. When you're printing a 1.2 millimeter, you want to slow down to increase the amount of heat that transfers to the plastic. Using a smaller nozzle, that problem is amplified. So do be careful with that. It does work. It can work just fine, but it does cause its own problems. But yeah, I have 1.2 millimeter versions of this too. That's one thing that annoyed me about the CHT. Oh, you should see it, man. I'll blow my nose into a rag and it creates a snot ball like that big, like that much snot. It's nasty. When I was a kid, I actually got worried because I thought I was losing my brains. I was blowing so much snot out of my nose that I started to get worried that my brain was being eaten by an amoeba or something like that, or some kind of parasite, because I'm looking at all this snot in my hands and I'm just thinking, that's a lot more snot than the size of my nose. It's like, where is this coming from? Like, do I have like a tumor inside my brain that's getting bigger and bigger and it's filling with snot? And that's when I was 10 years old. That's when the doctor explained to me that snot actually comes from your intestines. So I know it comes from your intestines. The fluid that we excrete from our nose. I'll stop using the S word. That comes from your intestines. It doesn't come from your head. That's just the exit point. Obviously, as a 10-year-old, I didn't know that. But the body is a weird thing. That's why you could blow your nose and then 5 minutes later it's filled again. It's not coming from here. It's coming from down here. It's coming from your gut. Oh, man. The final version of these came out great. I'll be uploading them today. I am totally satisfied with how they came out. I haven't figured out a way to make extensions to make it longer. I haven't figured out how I'm going to do that yet. But yeah, the final version of this works wonderfully. The whole problem was that curve right here, because my K cups expand because of the higher altitude. And I did find an equitable compromise so I don't have to make two versions. I thought I was going to have to make a regular version and a high altitude version, but I found a compromise that allows me to just make one version and it works for both. The problem I had is that the K-cups would wiggle. The ones that weren't expanded would wiggle around inside the slot. And I found a compromise between a tight slot hole and this curve. So I found a compromise between the two that allows it to work without that problem. Where's the final? Here's the final version. You can see here, I have a little bit more slot, so that holds the regular ones in place, and then the curve allows the there it is. So more pronounced slot holds the regular one. This is for K-cups. So I can mount this to the side of my kitchen rack, my chef's rack, and I can install my K-cups in here. So it's a little K-cup holder. It takes like 40 grams. Nice and light. You know, it's all vase mode. This is all a single extrusion vase mode. Including these. Oh. You could put sticky tape on the back. You could put magnets in here if you want. You can punch a hole through it, put screws through it, or zip ties through it. That's why there's two. So you can run a zip tie through it. And without breaking vase mode, so it's all vase mode compatible. And I don't have a K-cup handy. I threw them at Michelle. She thought she was slick, so I was like, I bounced it off the wall and clocked her with it. Nice try. Little knobs down here stop the K-cup from just sliding out the bottom. And because the K-cups are flexible, you just push and it goes right through. But yeah, it turns out the your K-cup is supposed to be shaped like this. Okay. Oops. Your K-cups are supposed to be shaped like that, but mine ended up being shaped like this. That's exaggerated, of course, because these are made at lower altitude, you know, at sea level. So when you bring this K-cup, which is sealed, to 7,000 feet where I live, they puff up. And to show you what that's for, that is for these. So these things here. So K-cups. So what would happen is this cap here and the bottom would puff up. They would expand because I'm at higher altitude. And when they expanded, they didn't fit in the slot. So I had to redesign this with a curve here to accommodate that expansion. And I could put 5 K-cups in here. I tend to drink the same flavor. Once I find a flavor I like, I tend to drink the same flavor. So I've kind of brought it down to Southern Pecan and Vermont Maple. Those are my 2 favorite flavors. And I mostly have those 2 flavors. So I can now mount a couple of these on my baker's rack and slide the K-cups in them. Hey, DeWitt! Have you gotten these new nozzles yet to play with? I just got them in from AliExpress. I'm really looking forward to toying with them. So yeah, these are the ones with the yeah, regular coffee is just boring to me. You know, if I'm not drinking a flavored coffee, I'm adding a flavored creamer. I like flavor. I'm not into bland taste. I like flavors. And not only are these cool, but I don't think they violate the patent that CHT has, because it's using an insert like this. It's using an insert that's shaped like this, and that insert is shoved inside of a brass nozzle. So I believe it's different enough that it does not violate the patent. But and it's superior, because the CHT nozzle, this is more like this, with the 3 holes drilled through it. So you only have this little bit of surface area for a combined melt. Yeah, CNC kitchen. That's why I got them. So this has substantially larger merged melt zone between the parts. Now, the only bad news about these is you can't use abrasive filaments, because that's just going to shred that. You put glow or carbon fiber through that, it's going to shred the shit out of that. So I'd like to see one of these made with tool steel. So make a tool steel nozzle and a tool steel insert, so that we can have a abrasive resistant high temperature version of this. Hopefully, if it's popular enough, they might do that. That'd be very cold. That'd be very, very cold. Although some people like that kind of kink. But yeah, I'm looking forward to playing with these. That goes in this one. So I got 4 different sizes. I got 0.4, 0.6, 0.8, and 1.2 to play with. I don't tend to print with carbon fiber or put a sock on my doorknob. No. That'd be asking for the cat to play. Plus, I use all lever handles. All of my door. I hate the regular round doorknobs. So all of my doorknobs are levers. They're just better. My electronic door lock failed on my front door. The fingerprint part still works great, but the little motor inside that actually pulls the shaft to allow the door to engage the lock mechanism, that failed. So the motor can't push the mechanism anymore. When I was getting them for free off of Vine, who cares? But now that I have to pay for them, I'm not paying $140 for a lock if it's only going to last 2 years. So I still have my cheapy but good quick set, push button deadbolt. I like the quick set one, even though it's one of the cheapest ones on the market, because there's no key. Less vulnerable to under the door attacks. Well, you're not gonna do anything under the door with my door. My door lock doesn't even have a lock. There's no lock. I didn't even bother getting a locking version because there's no point. I use a standard hallway passage door handle for my front door, and the deadbolt is my only lock. And you're not disengaging that deadbolt with an under the door attack. So even if you manage to grab the door handle, it's not going to do you any good. But I use, let's see. There it is. Quick set 905. There it is. Hey, $45. It's on sale. Nice. If I didn't already have a backup, I'd probably buy another one just to have a spare. But I already have one. So this is what I use. I use this on my door. The advantage of this is that it's key. So you punch in the code and you hit the unlock button, or you hit the lock button to lock it. And then on the inside you have your 4 AA batteries going here. They last about 3 years. You get about 3 years on it. And when it starts beeping at you low battery, you've got about 2 months before they die altogether. And then here's your twist handle. Now the nice thing is there's no key. This is one of the cheapest keyless deadbolts there is available, but the advantage, the reason I like this one so much is that there's no key. Most of your keyless deadbolts use a backup key. So most of your keyless deadbolts are like this. You can punch in a code, but you have a key backup. The problem with a key backup is that it can be picked. It's a vulnerability. And when people say, no one's going to pick your lock, all you need is this. Oh, maybe Amazon doesn't sell them anymore. Oh, Amazon may have stopped selling them. So, what you need is this. And you can get them on eBay for a couple of dollars. So what it is it's a key with all peaks and then this rubber piece on the end of it. And you stick that key in the door, give it a couple of taps, tap, tap, turn, and you're in the house. Okay? The door locks on houses in this country, the typical door lock that you're going to see on a house in the United States, probably 99% of them are going to be either quickset or Schlage. So SW1 or SC1 or KW1. And both of them are, quickset more so, are ridiculously easy to bump key. So you put a little rubber grommet on a key that just has a bunch of peaks on it, and you can even use your fist if you want, but you take any hard object and go, as you're putting pressure on the key, you go tap, 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 boom, and it opens. I could bump key open a quickset lock in 5 seconds on any house in this country. So it's not like you don't have to be the lock picking lawyer to pick a quickset lock. Anybody can. I even bought a set off eBay. Let's see if it's still available. Probably is. Maybe I know they have been cracking down on this stuff being available for sale. You used to be able to buy just a blank set of keys for all the different common locks, Master Lock, Quickset, Schlage, all the different American Lock, all the different common locks. I don't see them. They might be cracking down and not letting people sell them so easily. They're probably still available. Yeah, I guess they're cracking down on that. But you used to be able to buy just a set of brass keys, and it just came as a bag. It cost me like $6, and it comes with a rubber grommet. You stick the rubber grommet on the key, tap, 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 and you're in the lock. That easy. The American locks are very, very, very low security. So my objective was to get rid of the key, period. Now, the door handle is actually what's called a passage or hallway handle. So it latches, but there's no lock. You have dummy handles, which is no handle, nothing in there at all. It's just a handle bolted to the door, and you just pull. Then you have bedroom handles, which they have the little button or the twist thing. You could lock it from the inside, and there's a little pinhole, and you could punch it open from the outside. And then you have passage handles. They latch so the door will stay shut, but they can't lock. There's no locking mechanism. You just turn the handle and it opens. So I'm just using a passageway door handle on my front door. Now the difference is I got a grade 2 commercial heavy duty handle. So that was important to me. I wanted something I would never have to replace again. So I'm using a grade 2 commercial level 2, grade 2 commercial heavy duty door handle. So it's built to substantially higher standards, not higher security, higher quality. So everything is heavier gauge metal. Everything bolts together with more bolts and better. Just everything about it's better. If you hold this door handle in your hand compared to a regular door handle, and you think the regular door handle is made of paper mache. It's that big a difference. And they do that because, obviously the door handle inside of a business with 500 employees going through it every day needs to handle more wear and tear than your door handle on your house, which is you're going to have people going through it maybe 10 times a day. So I was able to get a returned, used grade 2 commercial passageway handle for like $36 plus $5 shipping. So it's like $42 with tax or something like that. It's a $185 handle, and I got it for $42. So I was like, hell yeah. And so now I'll never have to worry about that handle failing. That handle will outlive this house. And the electronic deadbolt, it's a cheap one. It's not the highest quality deadbolt in the world. So for example, you see it has like 2 numbers per key, so it doesn't have as many keys. It doesn't light up. It doesn't have auto lock. The motor can be a little bit weak if your door isn't aligned correctly. So like to unlock our door, we boop 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 unlock, and then you have to grab the handle and give it a little jiggle, because otherwise the tension on the deadbolt is too much for the little motor and it can't pull the deadbolt out. You just get used to it. It's normal. If I can fix it eventually. I'll have to go in there with a Dremel and correct that hole to make it proper. Oh no, it works fine. Like on the house in PA, I had no problem, and I can fix it on this one. I just haven't because it's too fucking cold. See, when we had the fingerprint lock, we didn't use the top lock, the deadbolt, because the fingerprint lock would auto lock. It was always locked, and you would just put your finger on it and it would unlock. But now that we're using the deadbolt, we have to do that more often. And so in the past, I would only ever use the deadbolt when we left the house, when we were going to like Albuquerque or something like that. But now that that's the only lock, we use it every time we lock the door. So I can fix it. The trick to fixing that is, here's the trick to fixing it. Mine's an alignment issue. So you have your deadbolt, and then you have your regular handle. So you have your deadbolt, and you have your regular door latch. So the deadbolt, shaped like this, goes into this receptacle on the door frame, and mine is not perfectly aligned. So what I need to do is to more correctly align this hole to this deadbolt. Now, an easy way to do that, and I've already done half of it, is that I make sure that this latching mechanism for the handle is under compression. So it's forcing the door one way. And now all I have to do is Dremel out the excess wood on the inside here so that this will go in that hole without resistance. And that's not a problem. I haven't done it because it's too fucking cold. So in April, when it's 60 or 70 degrees out, then I'll mess with it. Right now, it's just too cold. So I already know how to fix it. I just haven't gotten around to fixing it. And so come April, that won't be a problem. I won't have to jiggle the door anymore. It'll be fine. A backup plan for what? What would you need a backup plan for? Oh, for if the battery dies. Well, you get a huge amount of warning before the battery dies, but in case you are a silly willy and don't do your job right, underneath, hey, drone shots, underneath this little pad here, that's not a button. It looks like a button, but that's not a button. That's actually just a rubber pad, and underneath that rubber pad is 2 terminals. Does it show you a picture of it? No, it doesn't. Let's see if anybody shows a picture. Yeah, there it is. So you can see here, you take the rubber pad off, and there's 2 electrical contacts, and you just plug a 9-volt battery into it. That doesn't unlock the door. That provides power, so that you can then put your code in and unlock the door. So if you come home and your battery's dead, like your battery's a little low and it's winter time and it's just too cold, even though the batteries are on the inside of the house, you just plug a 9-volt battery into that. I actually have a 9-volt lithium battery in a little pouch above the door. It's good for 10 years. So I just plug that 9-volt battery into that terminal, and that energizes the lock so you can unlock it. But yeah, they can actually say it's pick proof and bump proof because there's no key. Literally, there's no key, so there's nothing to bump. There's nothing to pick. Again, I'm not worried about picking. If somebody wants to get into my house, they're going to kick the door in. My problem is people discreetly getting into my house. I don't want to make it easy for somebody to discreetly come into my house without me knowing about it. If my door is kicked in, well, then my door lock did its job. I know somebody was in my house. My door is kicked in. And the idea is to make sure that if someone's going to get into my house, I'm going to know about it. Eventually, I'll put a metal frame around the door and reinforce the door, because let's be honest, the only thing stopping somebody from kicking a door in is that pathetic wooden frame around the door, which is not very strong. But I want my even. I don't know why I want it. I guess it's just because I do. Why do you climb Mount Everest? Because you can. Why do I want a more resistant to battering ram or kicking door? Because I can. No other reason. It's not a safety reason, because the reality is I'm not in danger here. The likelihood of somebody trying to kick in my door is so low that it's just not worth worrying about. But I do, because why not? Because I can. But my objective is to make the door resilient enough that if I'm asleep, that door will hold long enough for me to wake up, become cognizant of what's going on, and get my gun. As long as the door holds for that long, it opens inward. Yeah, it opens inward. I know, for good safety, the door should open outward. That would make it a lot easier to make the door stronger. But because a battery grab is a lot easier than a pull. But having the door open outward would be a pain in the ass. Imagine coming home with groceries and your door opens outward. That would suck. So you balance convenience. Um, the best way to make the door resilient is to use a commercial solid metal door and to have multiple deadbolts linked together. So when you unlock or lock one, others would also activate. And so you'd have multiple points into a metal frame. Hey, 3DHP. But my objective is I want the door to hold for 25-30 seconds. That's long enough for me to wake up, for me to become aware of what's going on, for me to grab my roommate, Mr. 12 Gauge, and wait to greet whoever's coming through the door. Explosively. Dramatically. Nobody's going to break in. The likelihood of anybody breaking into my house is so small. Matter of fact, the biggest threat that I have to somebody breaking in my house is the police, and they're the last ones you want to greet with a shotgun. Because right or wrong, they're gonna shoot you dead if you greet them with a shotgun. But even that, it's such a low probability. Unless you live in a particularly dangerous place like inner city Detroit, or Kensington, Philadelphia, or bad gang parts of Los Angeles or Miami or something like that, the likelihood of you encountering criminals in that regard is just so small. I mean, people cry all the time about the crime rate, and the reality is, if you're not an Indian on a reservation or a gang in a gang, the likelihood of you encountering crime is basically nil. Americans are not cowboys walking around packing heat. Americans just don't walk around strapped all day. That's just not the way things happen here. People like to portray it like that happens here. People like to imagine it happens that way here. But the reality is it doesn't. That's just, most Americans are not in any real danger. One of the reasons I picked this city, Edgewood, is at the time that I bought the house. I live in New Mexico. we have constitutional right to defend ourselves, and I'm allowed to carry concealed on my property, and that extends to my car. My car counts as my home. I can put it without any kind of permit whatsoever. I can put a gun in my glove box, and I am 100% legal. So if that's liberal hell, then I'll take it. The only thing we don't have is constitutional carry. We don't have constitutional carry. Arizona does, we don't. I can open carry all day everywhere here too. I can't conceal carry everywhere. That requires a permit. And actually a reasonable permit, although I don't like the fact that it's very expensive. Here they in order to get a concealed carry, New Mexico shall issue. Okay, so if you request a concealed carry permit, if you're not a felon or a psychopath, you're going to get your concealed carry. And I disagree with that. But the one thing they do require is you have to go through a gun concealed carry safety course. And the only reason I have a problem with that is that it's not cheap. It's expensive. It's about $200. And the problem is that only hinders low-income people. So wealthy people aren't going to have a problem paying $200 every 2 years or whatever it is, or every 4 years for their concealed carry course. But a poor person's going to have a problem with that. People say, well, if you can afford a gun, you can afford the course. The gun is a one-time purchase of $200 or $300. The course is a $200 purchase that recurs every couple of years forever. Everybody puts rules on gun ownership. Every single state in the union has rules on gun ownership. There's not a single state where it's buckaroo, bonsai, Wild West, do whatever the hell you want. There's not a single state in the country where that is the case. I do think it should be constitutional concealed carry. Because open carry is dumb. You're asking for trouble open carrying. Concealed carry should be the default. But, it is what it is. Well, for example, I believe that doesn't Arizona still allow business owners to restrict where you can carry? I'm pretty sure I read that Walmart doesn't permit concealed carry in their stores in Arizona. And I don't think they should have that choice. That private business shouldn't have the choice. They shouldn't be able to make that choice. If you're open to the public, then you should have to follow the public's rules. And so a business isn't a person. They have no rights. Well, that makes sense. Canada, you have no right to guns. So in the United States, at least for now, it is still legal for me to build my own gun. Well, and then when all of them do it, you can't shop anywhere. And then, of course, let's not forget that the federal government is supposed to protect your rights across interstate travel. So, for example, if Arizona permits you to tint your windows, Pennsylvania can't give you a ticket for having tinted windows. And yet, somehow, some way, guns are special, and each state's allowed to have their own special rules and impose them upon you. Not too much. I don't make too many time lapses. Most countries in the world are an example of what happens when you lose gun rights. I mean, just watch some crime videos from the UK. You know, the guy's looking out his window at the guy on the ground level stealing his moped, and the only thing he can do is yell at the guy and say, "I'm calling the police," while the guy just ignores him and continues stealing his motorcycle. Oh my God. The UK has less crime because the UK has less poverty. Guns have nothing to do. The United States does not have a gun problem. The United States has a poverty problem. Fix the poverty. Don't worry about the guns. That is so hard. People get they get so brainwashed by the anti-gun propaganda that they that's just a topic that's going to make people mad. I mean, the UK has less crime. The UK has. I don't care about the dead kids. I don't care. Because if you think the dead kids in mass shootings in schools is a gun problem, then you don't care about kids either. Because you're not recognizing the problem for what it is. Plenty of European countries allow their citizens to have guns on some level, and they're not murdering their kids in schools. Okay? I don't see people in Finland or the UK or Germany or Spain shooting up their kids in their schools. So the problem isn't the guns, it's something else. Well, that's why you use per capita. Everybody has poverty. It's about how much poverty. 65% of the U.S. population lives below the poverty line. And yes, mental health. Most first world European nations have universal health care. Of the 31 first world nations, the United States is the only one that doesn't have universal health care. The other 30 have some form of universal health care. It has nothing to do with gun laws. Guns are a means, not a why. Okay? Do you know the difference between a means and a why? Oh, we're not the best country. We are anything but the best country. We're almost dead last. In pretty much every metric you could measure. Yeah, and we spend the most. We spend more per capita on healthcare than almost any other country on the planet, and we're the only one that doesn't have universal healthcare. You know, those pharmaceutical companies got to make their billions. Oh my God. We don't use metric because the system that we're currently using is established. That's why. It's the only reason. You know, it's just a pain in the ass to change systems. Most of the US actually already is metric. You know, when you go buy soda, what do you buy? You go and buy a 2-liter bottle of soda. That's metric. No, we are the country with some of the least opportunity. Amongst first world countries, We are some of the ones with the least opportunity. I mean, how many Canadians do you see running for the borders to get into the United States? How many Germans, how many Frenchmen, how many Englishmen, how many Finnish, how many Norwegian people do you see running for the American borders to get into the U.S.? None. It just doesn't happen. Poor, overridden with drug cartels funded and fueled by the U.S. government, Mexico? Yes, you're going to see lots of escaping from those countries. The United States likes to pretend it's the best country. The United States likes to delude itself that we have the best opportunity when 65% of its population is living under the poverty line, when fully 10% of its entire population is incarcerated on one level or another. We incarcerate more people than the rest of the world combined. I mean, literally, we're a country of slavery. We're built on slavery, and slavery continues to this day. Slavery continues to this day. We just changed the name of it. We call it minimum wage. If you make less than $20 an hour, you make minimum wage. Well, guess what? Over 50% of the country makes less than $20 an hour. I mean, but we're the best country in the world. We got the most opportunity. I mean, I'm one of the lucky ones. I own my home. I own a little bit of land. I have very little debt. I have more debt than I could pay for, but that's a different issue. But relative to a lot of people, I have a very little bit of debt. I'm lucky. Well, I believe it was what was it? 12 human beings or 6? It's either 12 or 6 human beings own more wealth than the bottom 50% of the country combined. I mean, you don't have to be a math genius. I'm loving New Mexico. You don't have to be a math genius to realize that's a problem. That there's something wrong with that math there. Damn, it's freaking cold. The only mistake I made moving to New Mexico was moving to quite this high in altitude. I should have gotten something in like Los Lunas or Rio Rancho, but I couldn't find anything. I was time constrained. People born here don't just waste it. People born here struggle from the day they're born to the day they die, knowing that they're never going to get ahead. She's just seeing a tiny little selective slice that's being presented to her on the news. She's not seeing reality. You're not seeing reality. You're seeing propaganda. You're seeing the BS spit out by the politicians and the mass media. You're not seeing reality. People say, Starbucks and avocados. First of all, I buy avocados. They're cheap. They're not expensive. I got a whole bag of avocados that's going to last me a month for $3. It's one of the cheaper superfoods you can buy. And no, the printers aren't affected by altitude, but they are affected by cold. So my bed adhesion suffers greatly in the colder months. It's a lot harder to keep prints attached to the bed. And that's probably because of drafts. So the drafts cause greater contraction in the parts, and so parts tend to deform off the bed more. So I notice I have a lot more warping in the wintertime than I do the summertime. Like right now, it's 28 degrees out. It's pretty chilly. Well, it's probably a little warmer by now. It's probably like 35 now. But high winds keep the chill factor really high. Oof, gets cold, especially with my heat not working. Like it's probably 50 degrees in the house right now. It's not exactly warm and cozy in here. It's cold enough that I keep rubbing my hands to keep my fingers warm. But I have it better than half the country does. You know, I own my home. Nobody can take my home from me. Yeah, I can see that. Actually, I didn't think about that. Turning down the part cooling. I probably can get away with turning down the part cooling. Yeah, I probably can. Probably don't need as much part cooling with how chilly it is. Good idea, TRT. I didn't think of that. So, the altitude itself doesn't affect the prints, really? At least I don't think it does. I'm not aware of any way that it would affect the prints. But temperature does. No. I mean for debt. One of the liberal, as you call, features of living in New Mexico is that we have homestead protection. So the only way they could ever come after my house, there's only two ways they can come after my house. If I owe the government money or if I owe a utility money. So or of course any debt on the house itself. So, for example, if I hire a contractor to come in, he could put a contractor's lien on the house. If I get a mortgage, they could put a lien on the house, but that's obvious. But, for example, if I default on a credit card or if I can't pay a medical bill, they can't come after my house. In Pennsylvania, they could. In Pennsylvania, I wore a bracelet that said, I refuse all services, in the hopes that if I ever ended up in a hospital, they would just let me die and not do anything to help me. Because I didn't qualify for charity care, and I didn't qualify for health care, and I couldn't afford to buy health care. So in Pennsylvania, if you go to a hospital and can't pay your bill, they will come after your house. They will sheriff sale your house to pay that medical debt. Here in New Mexico, they can't do that. They can come after you, but they can't come after your house. And that is one of the reasons I chose this state. Well, that's because you don't ever actually own your house. It's not actually possible to own property in the United States of America. The closest you can get is fee simple title. And fee simple title is, we call it a form of ownership, but the reality is it's not actually ownership, it's right of tenancy. Ultimately, with fee simple title, the crown owns the property, meaning the state in our case, because we don't have royalty. So the state owns the property, and I have what's called first right of tenancy. The state can revoke that. They can use eminent domain to take it from me, or if I stop paying my rent, what we call property taxes, they can take the home from me. And even that is better than a lot of other states here. The taxes are lower. My taxes are $500 a year. And you have 3 years. If you default on your taxes, you have 3 years to correct that before they'll come after you. Before they'll come after your home. Boy, how many times did people how many stories did we hear out of Michigan where people owe a couple $100s on their taxes? They're not even aware of it because the state doesn't send any notice to them, and then defaults and sells their house out from under them for a couple $100. One guy was $25. $25 in delinquent taxes. He didn't even know he owed the $25 because they never told him, because they knew they were going to be able to take his house after a certain number of time passed. Yeah, scum, man. Pure scum. I think that was Michigan or Illinois. Is one of those. Man, I am drippy today. Ugh. But wish I could 3D print a house, but printing a house out of flammable plastic, probably not a good idea. I was thinking about building a little storage shed just to say I did. I mean, there's no real point, but just to be able to say I did it. I'm thinking about designing and printing a little, 5x6 storage shed or something like that. something big enough I could put a pallet crate in, for storage, like a 6x6 or something like that. And I was thinking about building one just because, just because I want to say I 3D printed a structure. So maybe I'll do that. I don't know. We'll see. It would have to be like Lego. I'd have to build modules that would interlock. Because I want to make it truly 3D printed. So that would mean nothing beyond glue or screws, but no subframe, no internal wood structure with 3D printed parts around it. I'd want it actually 3D printed. I think that'd be cool. I mean, I have enough plastic to do it. It's just a matter of, time. The question is, I'm going to have to test this because I've had parts like this. I've had parts like this warp in the sunlight here, even though it never gets hot enough to warp apart. It does it because of radiation. You can heat, like I told you before, you can heat things two ways. You can heat by conduction and you can heat by radiation. So you can heat by contact, so the air transfers heat to the part. That never gets hot enough here. We hardly ever pass 100 degrees. But heat by radiation, meaning the solar radiation hitting the object, that's what's warping them. So one thing I have to test is two things I have to test. One, 3D print something in a light color like this. I can't do this because this is ASA, so this is not going to warp. It has to be PLA because that's what I have. I have 700 kilograms of PLA. I don't have 700 kilograms of ASA. I wish I did, but So I'm going to print a part like this because this will be the most prone to warping. This will be a lot less prone to warping. So print something like this, like a funnel, and just stick it out in the sun, see if it warps. Then the next test will be to print something with a dark color, like this, and then spray paint it white or paint it white and see if that can hold up. And if that holds up, then I'd like to try to print one. Actually, maybe I could print a chicken coop. If the initial tests are promising, maybe I can 3D print a chicken coop. Just make the whole thing modular. Get some free pallets to make the floor, and then 3D print the rest out of PLA, and see if printing it in a light color like a khaki or a white or an off-white or a cream or a neutral color, and also can I print a darker color and then paint it white, and see if that is sufficient to prevent warpage. If that's sufficient to prevent warpage, then I should be able to do it. With a 1.2 millimeter nozzle, I can make pretty much everything single perimeter. Just take, something like at egg sandwiches for breakfast. Take something like this and scale it up, with the ribs for reinforcement. But with a 1.2 millimeter extrusion, phase mode printing, and rib structure reinforcement, assuming it can handle the temperatures of the environment. Assuming it can handle the temperatures, meaning assuming it doesn't warp by being exposed to direct sunlight, it should be possible. I mean, and I would just need something like the Chiron so I can do 16 by 16 inch chunks. That, in theory, should work. I think. So I'll have to test it. I'll also have to do the math on sheeting. So, for example, if I were to build a 2x4 frame structure, and then obviously I would have to clad that in some form of sheeting, could I 3D print Pro Panel? And then how much would that cost? How many square feet of Pro Panel can I make from 1 kilogram of plastic? And how much would that cost, including the electricity to run the printer, versus buying Pro Panel? So would it be cheaper? I don't know. I mean, the plastic is free for me since I already have the plastic. I already paid for it. But even the electricity might be substantial. I'm not sure. Probably the best would be to use a 0.8 millimeter nozzle and then 2 perimeter. Basically a vase print. That's a circle. And 3D print my own Pro panel. And it wouldn't be as structurally strong as Pro panel is. But right now, Pro panels, metal panels are even used are very expensive. So if the plastic is cheaper and good enough, then that might be a viable way of doing it. Then I guess the next question would be see, the problem with the CR30 is you only have 200 millimeters of width. That's just not a very wide panel. Hi, kitty. You got a toy? My cat likes playing fetch with me. I love it. It's great. A cat playing fetch is just so much fun. But at 200 millimeters wide, I think it's more efficient to use something like the Chiron, because then I can print 450 by 400 millimeters, print diagonally. I might even be able to fit bigger than, I might be able to get close to a squared plus b squared plus c. How big is that? So what's that? 400. Yeah, 160,000 plus 160, 320,000, and then I need square root. So I should be able to print over 500 millimeters, 565 millimeters diagonally. So you're gonna lose some to the thickness of the panel. So let's call it 525 millimeters. So I should be able to make a 525 millimeter by 420 millimeter panel on a Chiron. That would be far more efficient and stronger than printing 200 millimeter long panels on the CR30. Now, if the CR30 had like a 400 millimeter width, that'd be big. That'd be a different story. Then it might be more efficient to use the CR30. But at the current 200 millimeter width, I'd be better off printing panels with the Chiron, since I can print a 560 millimeter panel, 550 millimeter, something like that. Pythagorean's theory came in useful. See that, kids? Math is useful. Oh, these are dirt cheap, by the way. Be careful who you order from on AliExpress, because you have to factor in the shipping costs. So you have to add up the shipping and divide by the number of nozzles you're getting and figure out what your damn it. Figure out what your per nozzle price is. So the seller with the higher price but no shipping might be cheaper. Or the seller with the lower price with shipping, but it's a 3-pack, might be cheaper. Because the guy selling them individually is going to charge you shipping per nozzle, while the guy selling the 5-pack is also going to charge you shipping, but per 5-pack. So, I think I ended up paying like $2 a pop for the nozzles. Come here. Get rid of you, get rid of you. So yeah, that'd be a fun project to try to print. Maybe try to print a chicken coop, because I'd like to get some chickens. I don't want to get a lot of chickens because, yeah, it's become a nightmare to figure out what the better deal is. You go, ooh, that's cheap, and then $5 shipping. Oh, that's not cheap. um, just chatting. I got the new. Oh my god, I cannot stop yawning. I got the new CHT alternative nozzles, so I'm going to be playing with those and talking about the different things I'd like to try to make in 2023. And the soda bottle version of this worked wonderfully. It came out great. So I will be adding that to the Thingiverse download, and I'll be uploading all the files because I have new models for all of these that work out a whole lot better. So I'll be re-uploading all of those tonight. I got the and this one here this one was a test. It was the soda bottle one. It was a test to see if I could do the whole thing in vase mode, like all of it from start to finish, including the threads, everything, and it worked. It's a little bit more work to do because you need to cover up the lip of the bottle, otherwise the water will leak around it. And that's a little hard to do. So, for example, like this one here for the threaded one, this part's vase mode, this part's regular mode. I mean, the reality is it doesn't make that much of a difference. You're printing so little up here that it doesn't really save that much time or plastic. It was more of a, can I do it? And the answer is technically yes, I can do it. So I've done some major cleaning up on the model, so I'll be re-uploading corrections to all these models tonight. I'll also get the K-Cup, the initial K-Cup slide uploaded, so that'll be on Thingiverse as well. And, oh my god. More of that will be happening. I'll be making more, my own models. I want to try to make, even though it's kind of silly, it's to make a point to people who want to ban stuff because they don't understand it. I want to make basically I want to make a 90% 3D printed high power rocket. So I'm going to try to design and 3D print a level 2 minimum 6 foot tall, minimum 6-inch diameter 3D printed rocket, or like say 5-inch, between 4 and 6 inches, at least 4 inches, but probably no more than 6 inches. Because the objective is for the entire thing to be printable on an Ender 3. The Ender 3 is by far the most common 3D printer in the world, so I want to make that. Well, you can't make an automatic chicken coop door 3D printed because you can't print electronics. So you could print the door, but you would still need electronics. Some kind of solenoid, relay, electric motor, lock, something. But initially, I just want, when I say chicken coop, I mean the whole thing, except for the floor. Walls, coops, ceiling, roof, all of it. I want to 3D print the whole thing. Yeah, I have been, big time. I'll research the best current price for them, and I'll get links posted. That's a good idea. Post the AliExpress links there. Especially now that I got them and I know that they're legit. They arrived. So I'll get links to these 4 posted. Because I got 4, 6, 8, and 1.2. Well, initially my chicken coop's going to be passive. I'm probably going to have 3 or 4 chickens if I go with it. Just enough to give us some eggs. If we can have eggs 2 or 3 times a week off of 3 or 4 chickens, I'll be happy with that. And I'm also hoping I can get Michelle involved with it, because I know chickens they can have quite a personality. They actually, apparently chickens actually make pretty decent pets. So I'm hoping that it'll be something that gets her excited. I'm hoping she'll get motivated a little bit, and want to help take care of them, which will get her more active. It'll give her something to do. Right now, it's so cold that we just sit under the blankets all day. It's just so cold. But well, the I'm not gonna get too many chickens just because chicken eggs aren't free. In fact, chicken eggs typically cost more than store-bought chicken eggs because you gotta buy bedding, you gotta buy equipment, um, you gotta buy chicken feed. We live in the desert, so free range isn't gonna cut it. There's not gonna be enough insect and plant life for them to survive, so we're gonna have to provide them with feed. It's less about money savings and more about money stability. Chicken feed is going to be less volatile than the price of eggs. Although I did just get eggs for $4 a dozen. Walmart has the 60 pack of eggs for $20. So I know I can get it for a little bit cheaper in town, but when you spend the $20 to drive into town to get that better price, you just burnt up your savings in gas. I thought chickens were good for 1 egg per day. And my research is saying that you get about 1 egg a day. Exactly. That's the other thing that I plan to do is I plan to give them all the scraps. I plan to give them all the leftovers. I also I think they'll also eat microgreens, and microgreens are very cheap to grow and they grow fast, like a week. So I also want to start doing some microgreen gardening, just because I don't make my salads with lettuce. I make my salads with tomatoes, cucumbers, bacon bits, croutons, a little bit of feta cheese, and that's basically it. It's basically a tomato cucumber salad, because lettuce goes bad so fast here. It goes bad so ridiculously fast. I don't know why. I have no idea why lettuce does not last here. I don't know if it's to do with the distance it has to be shipped in order to arrive at our stores, or I thought the lower humidity would help, but apparently not. I'll buy a tub of lettuce and it's bad within 3 days. Sometimes two. Sometimes if I don't use it up in 2 days, on the third day it's starting to get slimy. And I don't know why. It's weird. So I'm just going to get a few chickens. I know they're communal creatures. They don't like being alone, so you do want to have a few of them. But I don't want to get so many that that the feed is becoming a problem. But we love eggs. Eggs for breakfast, egg salad, hard-boiled eggs, pickled eggs, eggs in the salad. We love eggs. We eat a lot of eggs. Well, yeah, she's going to get a lot of eggs. Whew. And and then maybe eventually I can find somebody who is willing to butcher chickens. So I'm hoping maybe because I don't want to do it myself. I'm just not interested in butchering chickens. I know how to. I've done it before. I've butchered a chicken. I just don't want to. And um, but if I can find somebody local who does do that and make an arrangement with like 2 for 1, I give them 2 chickens. They butcher both. They keep one. I keep one. If I could find somebody willing to do that, that will work as well. Because then, when they get too old, they go off to the butcher, and they become chicken dinner. um, but yeah, I think it would be nice to do. I think it'd be fun. I think it'll help keep me active, and I'm hoping it'll help make Michelle a little more active. If she has to, I don't know. Sometimes I struggle with her to take care of the cats, and she's not overeating anymore. I mean, I'm controlling what she eats, so I know she's not overeating, but she's also not losing weight. And I don't know if I am either. I have to check my weight. My face looks a little smaller, but you know, that's just subjective. You know, you got to measure and weigh. But the problem is when you reduce how much food you eat, well, you can compensate by being less active. And if you compensate by being less active, well, then you defeated the point of eating less food. So the trick is to maintain your current level of activity while reducing your calorie intake so that you burn more calories. And well, that's hard to do. When you're as overweight as we are, that's a lot harder than people think. Hi, baby. How you doing? Yeah. You're such a good boy. Yes, you are. You want to see everybody else here? Huh? Come here. Come here. Come here. There you go, baby. Say hi to all the viewers. Yeah. This is our little Milky Way bar. Ducks, I think, would be a little harder. Ducks like water, and we have no water. So I don't know if I'd want to do that. Ducks are cool, though. I like ducks. But, I don't know. I could also go quails. You can even keep quails indoors. I mean, a quail egg, you'd need like 4 of them to equal one regular chicken egg. But you can also have 4 times the number of quail. So, but I think I'd rather have chickens. I don't know. We'll see. I gotta figure it out. Gots to figure it out. Apparently they can handle the cold. I was worried about the wintertime, but apparently the cold's not a huge problem as long as you have a coop for them to get inside. And, you know, a tiny heater to keep the water from freezing is not a big deal. It doesn't take much power. You know, a 5 or 10 watt heater would be plenty. But I'm out in the country. I have land. It seems like it seems like something that would make sense to do. It seems like something that seems reasonable for me. And heck, maybe I'll get enough eggs that I can sell a dozen here or there. You know, if I can sell you know, 2 or 3 dozen eggs a month, you know, that's $20. That's enough to buy feed. So if I can sell just a couple dozen a month, enough to buy more feed, then I could reduce the overall outlay of cost for the chickens, which would reduce the cost of my eggs, making my eggs effectively free. And I don't know. I'll figure something out. Well, people who do quail do them because, well, they're meat birds, and you can keep them indoors, which gets you around regulations. It gets you around city restrictions, but I don't have those restrictions here, so chickens make more sense. Because I'm allowed to have chickens, so I might as well have chickens. uh, uh. Oh man, what are you gonna do? Well, what else can I do? You know, I'm not going to 3D print gutters because I can buy gutters for so little money. But I am going to 3D print the mounts once the spring comes. I'm going to go get some gutters and start 3D printing mounts for them. I'm going to start off by putting them on the carports. Since that's, that carport right there is 500 square feet. And then the roof is another 200 square feet leading to that carport. So that's 700 square feet of rain capture with just a 20-foot piece of gutter. So two 10-foot, $11 worth of gutter. I'll 3D print the mounts. And then as I'm able to, print more gutter for the rest of the house. What else can I do? I want to set up a theater out front, just because. There's no good reason for it. I just want to start grabbing some free couches and chairs off of Marketplace and Craigslist. That's one of the few things that you can still get for free out here is old couches and chairs. I just got to make sure they're leather or vinyl, so you don't have to worry about bugs and cleanliness. I'll have to do it slowly because I will need to buy covers for them. I can't just put them outside. Even a little bit of rain will destroy them, and also the sun will destroy them. And covers aren't cheap. They're like $40 a pop for covers. And, I want to set up some chairs, like 10 chairs or 3 or 4 couches. Set up a movie screen. And just start watching movies outside and invite my neighbors over. No charge or anything like that. No copyright bullshit. Just, friends and neighbors come over and watch some movies. I just downloaded a whole bunch of old 80s movies. A garden is difficult. I live in the desert. So a garden is expensive. I have to buy soil, which costs money, and I have to buy water, which costs money. So a garden is very expensive. I do want to try a little bit. I have some raised garden beds that I got when I was in the Vine program. I have like 4 of them. But even that amount of soil is going to cost me a couple $100. That's a lot of soil. I'm going to have to look around and see if maybe some of my neighbors who live in the more treed, more forested portion of the area, maybe if they have soil that I can get from them, mix it with potting soil to get a good mix. But my dirt here at my house I can't really use. It's sand. It's basically sand. And I can't compost. It's too dry, and I don't have enough brown. I have enough green, but not enough brown. We don't really have. We don't really have deciduous trees here. We have evergreen trees here. Pines. So while I do have enough greens, like just from my own waste, I don't have enough browns. And then of course you have to add water since we lack water here, and that costs money. But I do want to try to do some gardening. I would definitely. The big thing is salad stuff. I wanna grow things that are salad based because I like my salads, and that's where I'm spending a lot of my money right now is salads. So the more of that kind of stuff that I can replace with gardening, the better. So I want to experiment with microgreens, and because I can get those multi-spectrum LEDs pretty cheap, and I can solar power it so it won't consume electricity. And I'd also like to try my hand at things that are a little more hardy. So carrots, potatoes, maybe some tomatoes, garlic. I'd like to try my hand at getting some of that stuff to grow. I don't know how practical it is. Gardening here is rather difficult if you don't have money. Well, that's just it. I can't really do compost. It's too dry. And I have no browns. Back in Pennsylvania, it's wet. The soil was great. And we had tons and tons of browns. And well, here we don't have browns. To do composting, you need a proper mix of browns and greens. And there's just no browns here. Because there's There's no leaves. There's no grass clippings. You know, there's no grass. So I got to figure that out. So I'm going to start small, couple of raised gardens. Plus we have voles. They'll destroy anything I plant in the ground. I mean, they've taken out entire gardens. So I got to do above ground. I got to do raised bed gardening and indoor gardening. So I want to try carrots. I want to try potatoes. I want to try salad greens. I wonder how cucumbers would grow. Cucumbers are water intensive, so I probably don't have enough water for cucumbers. They need a lot of water. That's what I'm worried about with the tomatoes. Tomatoes are heavy on water, and we don't get a lot of water here. Maybe start off with cherry tomatoes and go from there, see how it goes. And ideally, it'd be nice to have staggered time span gardening, where I want a salad today, and I walk outside, grab some greens, grab a couple tomatoes, grab a cucumber, walk inside and make my salad. That'd be great. Go to the chickens, grab a couple eggs, hard boil them, make up a nice salad all from stuff that I have in my garden. That'd be pretty nice. And I could do a lot of 3D printing with that. I could do hydroponics, but hydroponics is water intensive, and water is expensive here, so I don't know. We'll have to see. I'll have to see what the cost is for the water versus the cost of buying the vegetables. I can buy tomatoes for 98 cents a pound. If it costs me more than 98 cents a pound to grow my own tomatoes, then it doesn't make sense. Just go and buy them. There are other advantages to gardening. It's a physical activity. It gives me something to do. It keeps me a little more active, mentally and physically. That's a positive. Also, it will allow me to have a larger variety, so I can grow heirloom tomatoes and stuff like that. And fresh carrots will probably taste better than canned carrots. So there are advantages to gardening besides just does it cost more or less. But, I am a financially restricted household, so I have to be careful about costs. If I grow my own tomatoes and they cost me $3 a pound, that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make sense to do that. That's another reason why I want to do the gutters, so I could do rain capture. Because if I can capture enough water, then I won't have to buy water for gardening. So the question is, one raised garden planter, how much water will that consume per year? How much water can I collect per year? Well, you're also at a much lower altitude than I am. I'm pretty sure. Hang on. Yeah, you're at half the elevation I am. You're at 3,500 feet. I'm at almost 7,000 feet. That makes a big difference. So you're 3,300 feet lower than I am. That means you have a much longer growing season. You have a much warmer growing season. You probably have better soil. You probably have more water. Yeah, that would be a much better place for gardening. And that's the one mistake I made. I ended up living too high in altitude. Even down in Rio Rancho, Albuquerque level, that would have been 1,800 feet lower. Even that would have made a big difference. But there were no houses available at the time. I mean, I had this house and I had the one over on 66. Those were my only two options. Because once I sold the store, I had 2 months. That was it. Once I sold the store, a countdown clock started. And there was nothing I could do to change that countdown clock. Once I ran out of money, that house had to be sold or I was going to default on a mortgage. So, Yeah, lettuce is a bit hard just because the yield versus cost. But I've heard things like squash and zucchini are very easy to grow. So I want to try to start cooking with those and see if I like them. Or maybe see if I can figure out a way to cook them so I do like them no matter what. Because I hear they're pretty easy to grow. Grow exotic hot peppers and sell them. Well, you're talking about the pepper center of the country here. This is hatch green chili territory. So I think they've got the pepper market locked up around here. I do have vanilla. I am making my own vanilla. I'm actually about to bottle up my first batch of vanilla, 18-month aged vanilla. I already bought a new packet of vanilla beans to make my second batch if this first one sells well. So we'll see how well it sells. It looks like 4 ounces of vanilla is selling for around $30 to $40. So I'm going to try 20 and see if that sells. If it sells, that's a pretty good ROI. That would be, I think that'd be about $400. Yeah, I should get 20 bottles out of it. We do a little bit of that. Actually, I have a lady who's going to let me know when she has a new batch of eggs to see if we can barter. And because I have a pretty well stocked pantry. I have about a year to 2 years worth of food in my pantry, depending on how much we eat, what we want to eat. I've got a pretty well stocked pantry, and when I get something on sale, I buy a lot. I got 80 pounds of rice. I love with that rice cooker. God, I love rice. I don't eat it too often because it's not the greatest for you. But well, rice is good for you. It's not good for fat people. Although I still have to experiment with cooking, refrigerating overnight, and then reheating rice. Apparently, if you rapidly cool down freshly cooked rice and put it in the fridge and then reheat it the next day, it dramatically alters the glycemic index of the rice. So it changes, it does something to the rice. That process of cooking, cooling, cooking does something to the rice that alters its sugar content. It alters the way your body responds to it from a glycemic point of view. Makes it far more healthier from a sugar aspect. So I still have to try that. I've got enough freezer space, so I could make up batches of rice, put them in freezer bags and chuck them in the freezer, and then pull it out and nuke it whenever I want rice. So that might make rice far, far more healthier. Eventually, I would like to, I have a 2,000 watt battery here that can put out 2,400 watts, which means I can run a microwave, I can run a rice cooker, I can run an induction cooktop off of this battery. The problem is it uses ternary cells, which have limited lifespan, think EV batteries. What I really need is lithium iron phosphate. I have a lot of lithium iron phosphate batteries, but none of them can handle the kind of wattage that I need to run like a rice cooker or an induction cooktop. None of them have enough power to do that. The next strongest one I have is my EB3A, which is 600 watts, and that's not enough either. You need at least 1,200 watts to run a cooktop, and a battery that small, even if it could push 1,200 watts, it wouldn't be enough because the rice cooker's 30 minutes. That's 600 watt hours. The battery's only 200 watt hours. So you still need a big battery like this, 1.5 kilowatt hours. And while I can use this, eventually, it's in a couple of years, it's going to be dead because it doesn't have the same cycle life as lithium iron phosphate. And but I can start with this, so I can hook up 600 watts, 800 watts of solar panels to this, and if I only cook during the day, then my cooking will be free. Because here we pay, 15 cents a kilowatt hour for electricity. So I have to factor in electrical cost to my food cost. Because it's not insubstantial, the amount of electricity you're going to use. So, I wonder if I could 3D print a solar tracking mount. Because if I set up a solar tracking mount, I would need a lot less solar panels to get the same result. So if I want to get 600 watts out of solar panels, you say, okay, 300-watt solar panels. The problem is you're going to get 50% of that. So now you need 4 300-watt solar panels. But if I had a solar tracker, then 2 would be enough. If I could keep the solar panels pointed at the sun throughout the day, then I would get close to their max rating throughout the day. I wonder if that's something I could 3D print. Well, I mean, obviously I can 3D print the mounts and the gears. It's just a matter of buying stepper motors and having a computer that would do the tracking and keep the cells aligned. Most of this is less out of necessity and more out of I just want to do it. Just because it'd be an interesting project, it'd be fun to do. Also having that knowledge set of being a little more self-sufficient, even if I don't need it, would be fun. Solar tracking by warping. One-time use solar tracking. Good for one day. But yeah, it'd be funny. I still want to do the completely off-grid 3D printer. The problem I have right now is I don't quite have enough batteries. I have plenty of batteries, but you can't mix batteries. Yeah, when you set up batteries in a battery pack, they have to all be about the same size. So I can't mix 10 amp hour and 8 amp hour batteries together. It has to be all 8 amp hour or all 10 amp hour or all 20 amp hour. And in order to run a 3D printer for 12 hours, I need at least 4 20 amp hour batteries. I only have 3. And I don't have the $100 to buy a 4th one. Then you also need a sufficient number of solar panels to both power the printer and recharge the battery before the sun sets again. So I would need 150 watts to run the printer if I want to use the heat bed. And then I would also need another 150 watts to recharge the battery. And then you have efficiency losses, so I probably need another 150 watts to cover the efficiency losses. So that's I need 500 watts of solar panel at least. Better would be 600 watts. So 300-watt panels would be ideal. And right now that's $250 I don't have. And the closest I have is a 200-watt panel. I do have a 200-watt panel, but that's not enough. Now, if I 3D print without the heat bed, 200 watts might be enough, because the printer's not going to consume more than 50. And that means I need another 50 to recharge the battery, and that means I need another 50 for efficiency losses. So 200 watt might be enough. How much does the printer need? 50 times 12. I need 600 watt hours for the printer. That's not including efficiency losses. Right now, the largest battery I have is 500 watt hours. And I need 4 batteries because I want to run 24 volts, which means a 2S2P scenario. Because if I run 24 volts, then I don't need an AC inverter. I can run direct DC. And direct DC would save me both the cost of an inverter and the efficiency loss and voltage drop of an inverter. So, I could start off by just doing the prints during the day Then once I have the money for more battery power, then I can do 24 hours. But ultimately, the goal is 24/7 printing off grid. Not because I need to, but because I want to, just as a project. So 600 watt hours is the bare minimum, and that's pushing it. Because if that battery's not fully charged, and if that sun doesn't come up bright and early, your printer's going to stop. So that is 600 watt hours. So now I probably have enough 10 amp batteries. So 10 times 12 volt, that's only 120 times 6. So I would need 6 10 amp hour batteries. I don't think I have 6 10 amp hour batteries. Let me check. Orders. EPO4. Okay. That's 15 amp hour, 15 amp hour. That's 6 amp hour. There's a 10. That's 110. There's a 10. That's 2 10s. Wait a minute. I have 4 12s. And I have 4 10s. 5 10. I should have 6 10s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I should have 6 10 amp hour batteries. But I can't do 6. 6 doesn't work. It has to be 8. Because it would have to be a 2S 4P scenario. Wait a minute. I have that many 12 amp hour batteries? Here's another 10. How many 10 amp hour batteries do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I should have 8. My order history says I have 8 10 amp hour batteries. So 120 times 8, that's 960 watt hours. That should be enough. So I should have enough batteries. If I set up 8 of them in a 2S 4P pack, that'll give me a 24 volt pack with 960 watt hours, which should be more than enough. Divide by 50. That's enough for 19 hours. It's almost enough for an entire day, which is much more ideal. Now, how much solar do I need? 960 divided by, let's say, 8. So I need 120 watts to fully recharge the battery, so 200 watts should be enough. Because 120 watts to recharge the battery, plus 50 watt hours to run the printer. That's 170. 200 gives me a 30 watt buffer. Plus, I don't need the full 960 since I'm probably not going to fully deplete the battery each night. I should have what I need. I didn't know I had that many 8 amp hour batteries. Wow. I didn't know I had that many. So the Bluetti 200 watt panel I have, or the 200 watt panels that I have, better to use the 200 watt glass panels rather than use my expensive flexible panel. So the 200 watt hour and they're amorphous panels, which means they'll generate better light in low light conditions and overcast conditions. I should have what I need. I just gotta find it all. That's the hard part, is finding it all, because I have exactly 8 of them, and I need all 8. I have to have 8. Because I have to run either 4 or 8. I can't run 6. Because I need to run a 2S configuration. Oh, no, wait a minute. 2S, so I can run 6. I have to run it even numbers. I have to run it in pairs. So 120 times 6. 720 watt hours, which should still be enough. Divide by 50, that's 14 and a half hours. So as long as I can find at least 6 of them, I have enough to give it a shot. I'm pretty sure I know where the 200-watt panels are that I got from home. I'm pretty sure I know where they are. The mount won't be a problem. I'll just need to grab a couple lengths of C-channel, or even 2x4. And what I'll do is I'll mount them to an IBC. I'll set up an IBC in a sunny spot and just mount the panels to the IBC. Run the wires into the house. I have an MPPT charge controller right there. So that right there is the MPPT charge controller. I don't need an AC inverter since I'll be running it off direct DC. So the printer won't even need a power supply. It'll plug directly into the battery pack. I might need a voltage regulator just to regulate the power. So a DC-DC converter just to make sure I get a smooth 24 volts to the printer. What are you doing? I hear you doing something. You little rat-faced little furball. You're here getting into something. So I should have everything I need. I have the solar panels. I have the batteries. I have the charge controller, assuming that's a 24 volt, but I have a couple of different ones, so one of them should do it. I should, in theory, have everything I need to be able to put an Ender 3 completely off-grid. Just for shits and giggles. All right, I might have to make a serious go of that. How many of the other batteries do I have? How many 8 amp hour batteries do I have? I only have 2 8 amp hour batteries. Thought I had more than that. What about 12s? Because they're a lot harder than you think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Apparently I have 9 12 amp hour batteries. Wow, I didn't know I had that many. So I could build if I go 24 volts, 12 times 12 times 8. I could build a 1.1 kilowatt hour lithium iron phosphate battery. That's enough to run my fridge. Well, you really need 1.5 kilowatt hours, but probably close enough. If I go 12 volts, I can get 1300 watt hours. Okay, how about 6 amp hour? I think I had some 6 amp hour. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 6 amp hour batteries. So that's a 600 watt hour battery. And then I also have some 15s. I have 3 15 amp hour batteries. That's kind of cool. 15 times 12, 180 times 3. That's 540 watt hours. And then I also have, 20 amp hour batteries. I think I have 3. No, I only have 2. The other 20 amp hour is a SLA battery, so that won't work. But I should have 2 of the, yeah, I have them right here. I have 2 20 amp hour, but that's not enough. 20 times 12. Wait a minute. Oh, that's 100 amp hour. That's 240 times 2. That's 480 watt hours. So one more would be 720 watt hours. So yeah, I can't use the 20 amp hours. Interesting. Very, very interesting. So I should have enough 10 amp hour batteries to run that 3D printer almost 24 hours. And I have enough solar panels to keep it charged. I could always plug in a AC backup. So if the voltage gets too low, kick on an AC charger to keep it from dying. So yeah, we're going to make a go for that too. There's no reason not to. I should have everything I need. I know where most of the batteries are. I have a cart outside underneath the tarp, and I was stacking most of the batteries on that cart. So I need to find at least 6, ideally 8 of them, but 6 will work. Let me double check those numbers. So 8 times 12, no, that's 10, I'm sorry, 10 amp hour. 10 times 12 is 120, times 6, 720, divided by 50 is 14.4 hours. So 6 of them should run the printer for 14 hours. The biggest problem with wind is you need elevation. To get proper wind power, you need the wind turbine to be 20 feet above your roof line. Actually, 20 feet above the highest obstacle on your property. But 20 foot is a good measure. That means I need a 30-foot pole. 30-foot poles aren't cheap. I have a wind turbine, but I don't have a pole. And finding poles that long costs a lot of money. And then you have to figure out how to transport them. So, for example, wow, beautiful view. Let's see what's available right now. Wow. Electric wood splitter for 150 bucks. Not very useful here, but that would have been useful back in Pennsylvania. You gotta have wood. Let's see. Pole. Any poles? Oh, here's a telephone pole, but again, good luck paying for that. Good luck moving it. Pole is not helping me. What about pipe? Okay, that works. Ooh. What is this? 3-inch, $50 for 20 feet. And they have 1.5 inch, which is what I think I need. Well, that's not so bad. 30 bucks for 20 feet? I could do that. Oh, no, it's PVC. It's useless. I thought it was aluminum. This one here is 2 3/4 inch by 30 feet. That's long enough. But it's $95 per joint. What does that mean? Does that mean $95 for one 30-foot pole, or is one 30-foot pole multiple pieces? Cats are doing good. I've got them on half wet, half dry food, which saves me a ton of money. And so far, they're holding up. That's not so bad, but how would I get it here? I mean, I can't afford to drive the bus to get it. That would cost a fortune. So how the hell would I get the pipe to my house? So this is 70 bucks for pipe. But again, how the hell would I get it here? Okay, so the price is good. It's in Berlin. The average length is 31 feet. And it's 2 3/8 inch. That's perfect. I could weld that right to my steel container here and put the windmill on top of it. But how the hell am I going to move something 30 feet long? How long is my car? Really? Inches? You're going to show me fucking inches. What the hell am I going to do with inches? 165 divided by 12. So my car is 13 feet long. That means I'm going to have 16 feet of excess, which means I'd have 8 feet of pipe sticking out of each end of the car. I think that's too much. I think that's too risky. Oh, I can't use the Quest because of this glass moonroof. The pipe would probably break the moonroof. The skylights. Well, it's a danger risk. I'm not so much worried about poking somebody. It's only 8 feet. I'm more worried about that length doing this as I'm driving down the road. Yeah, but the cost of driving the bus there and back, it would cost a fortune. If I was buying 10 of them, sure, I could just load up the bus and it'd be great. But I can't afford $700 in pipe that I don't need. And I also can't afford the fuel and the insurance because I'd have to reactivate my insurance to drive the bus that far and back. You're talking about what is that going to be? Oh man. So it's probably going to be around here. Directions. Oof. Ouch. You're talking about 140 miles round trip at 6 miles per gallon. So 140 divided by 6. That's the wrong one. 40 divided by 6. You're talking 23 gallons of gasoline. You're talking $93 to go pick up a $70 pipe. That doesn't make sense. If you, I want to set up. I bought a 200-watt windmill to generate power. If I connected a windmill to the printer, I would easily have enough power with the solar and the wind together. But I need like a 20, 30-foot pipe to do it. And I found a pipe for $70, but it's going to cost me $93 in gasoline to go get it. I can't afford that. I can't justify spending $93 in gasoline for a $70 piece of pipe. So for something like that, I need to find somebody local. I need to find something more local. Plus, if it was local, I could risk mounting it to the roof of my Kia. You know, just take it slow. You know, drive back at 15 miles an hour so it doesn't bounce too much. But so far, none of these is local. Belen, Las Lunas, Santa Fe, Corrales, Santa Fe, Albuquerque, but it's at the other end of Albuquerque, Taylor Ranch, so just as far as Belen. I just can't justify spending that much fuel for a $70 piece of pipe. That's why people tend to have a lot of this kind of stuff, because it's not practical to move one or two pieces of it. It just, you're going to spend way more in fuel than the value of the pipe. Yeah, there's just no practical way to do that. The only way that would make sense, these pipes are designed to fit into each other. If the person I got it from was able to cut it in half, so I would have two 15-foot pipes, that I can mount to the roof of the Kia safely, because it would only stick out a foot on each end. And then I can just put them back together when I set it up here. That could work. Yeah, that could maybe work. Yeah. I would have to find somebody who... This is drill stem pipe, I guess, for oil drilling. So assuming the one end fits into the other end, so that I can take two 15-foot pieces and make a 30-foot piece. Assuming that works, I could theoretically do it. And then I could add wind, but I can't. I don't. Unless I can find somebody who can cut it in half, I don't see a practical way to do that. I just don't see a practical way. It's only going to have a 5-pound windmill on top of it. If it can drill a hole in the ground, I imagine a 2 3/4 inch pipe would hold up just fine. I mean, that's a pretty strong freaking pipe. Like, you'd have trouble picking that up. Matter of fact, you couldn't pick that up. It would take two people. If we cut it in half, I could pick up each piece, and I'd have to bring blankets with me to pad the roof or destroy the car. Because you're talking a heavy piece of pipe here. Here, I'll show you. We are talking this stuff. We're talking this stuff here. That's two. Why did you do that? I'm pressing a button somewhere. Somewhere a button is being pressed. That's 2 3/8 inch pipe. I'm pretty certain that's not going to have a problem holding a tiny little windmill 30 feet in the air. Well, 20 feet, because the first 8 feet is going to be welded to a steel container. But yeah, that would have no problem holding it. It's designed to mount a 1.5-inch pipe, and that's a 2 3/8 inch pipe. So that should not be a problem. The question is, can I easily stick the end of this pipe into that? See how it's got a coupler here? These pipes are designed to go together. Can I stick those two pipes together? Without too much struggle. I don't know. The bus is 40 feet. I could put it in the bus. I could take a full 31-foot pipe and just stick it in the bus. And then spend $93 in gas to drive it there and back. Yeah, that would not be very equitable. That would make it a $163 pipe. Plus the cost of insurance. I couldn't risk doing it without insuring it. Oh, man. Alrighty, it's almost 2 o'clock. I'm going to go get my Walmart order. I ordered some more tomatoes. I forgot to order a turkey. I should have ordered a turkey. I want more turkey. I'm craving turkey lately. Oh, man. I put that little freaking 3-pound butterball turkey inside my rotisserie oven. Oh, so good. Well, they're $14 a piece, so I don't order too many of them. Plus, one turkey is enough for Michelle and I to have 2 meals. You figure 3/4 of a pound of turkey with each meal. And they're like 3.5 pounds or something like that. So that's enough for 2 full dinners. Not too much in the way of food deals lately. I managed to grab another Sadler's pulled pork for half off, so I grabbed that. But otherwise, not too many. I'll show you. Let's see, what did I order? Today is just regular stuff I ordered. I didn't order anything special. Let's see, I got... Oh, I have substitutions. Uh-oh. Yes, that's fine. You're going to give me 2 8-ounces. Yes, I can live with that. You're going to give me a 5 to 6 count of small. Yes, I can live with that. What? That's not a bad deal. I can live with that. 18 times 3. That's 54 eggs for $5 less. I'm okay with that. You're going to give me 12 for 12 on the feta. I'm okay with that. This is... this does not look like as good a deal. I'm probably going to turn that one down. Let's see. This gets me... This gets me 10 quarts. While this gets me 3 quarts. So no, we're not going to take that. But that's a good trade, that's a good trade, that's a good trade, that's a good trade, and that's a good trade. Okay. Well, usually what will happen is the system tries to give you an equal trade at the same price. So, for example, I ordered a 24-ounce loaf of sourdough bread from Walmart for $2.38. They didn't have it. So they substituted a 24-ounce loaf of Pepperidge Farm sourdough bread. That's a good trade. That's a $4.48 loaf of bread. They exchanged the 13-ounce bag of sour cream potato chips. Michelle likes the sour cream potato chips. For 2 8-ounce bags at the same price that I was paying for the 13-ounce. That means I'm getting 16 ounces for the same price. That's an equitable trade. I ordered a bag of small avocado or large avocados. They were out of it, so they're giving me a larger bag of small avocados. That's an equitable trade. I ordered 60 eggs for $20. They're out of it, so they're giving me 3 18-count eggs. That's 54 eggs. That's less eggs, but they're only charging me $15. That's equitable. They were out of the great value, or not great value. I forget what it is. They're out of the feta cheese I ordered. They're giving me the Athenos traditional crumbled feta cheese instead. Same 12-ounce size, same price. So if they substitute it with something more expensive, they charge you the cheaper price. So that's good. So I said yes. However, they wanted to exchange the juice mix. I got the morning orange sunrise juice mix for 2-quart mix. It comes with 5. That's enough to make 10 quarts of juice. 2 times 5 is 10. They wanted to exchange it for a single pack of the small mix-ins. So the ones that are made for 16-ounce bottles. Okay, that's not equitable. It's almost the same price for a third the amount of juice, because this only comes with 10. So 10 times 17 ounces gets me a grand total of 170 ounces of juice. I believe it's 68 ounces, 64 ounces. While the larger pack of juice would have gotten me 320 ounces. So this is only 88% of what I would have gotten in the bigger one for the same price. It's actually less. The bigger pack is $2.16. The 10 pack of little ones like this is $1.94, but I'm getting almost half what I would have gotten. I'm getting 170 ounces instead of instead of 320 ounces. So 320 minus 170. So I'm losing 150 ounces, almost half. But it's not half the price. What they should have done was offer me 2 of the 10 pack of juices. Did they fix your warmer? Oh yeah, a long time ago. So if they had offered me 2 of the juice packs, I would have taken that. So one of the large packs would be roughly equivalent. I'd be shorted 20 ounces, but I'd be okay with that. But I'm not okay with losing half. So now they did it right here. They offered me 2 bags of chips for 2 smaller bags to replace the 1 larger bag. That was equitable in my favor. They offered me the larger bag of avocados at the same price. That's equitable in my favor. They're giving me less eggs, 54 eggs, but they lowered the price to be more equivalent to the 60 count egg price. So that's equitable. I accepted that. This, however, is not equitable. They wanted to give me a $1.94 pack of juice in place of my $2.16 pack of juice that comes with half the amount of juice mix. That's not equitable. What they should have done was offer me 2 of the 10 counts. That would have gotten me that would have actually been to my benefit. So 17 times 10 is 170 times 2 is 340. So I would have gotten 340 ounces of juice mix instead of 320 ounces. I would have accepted that. That would have been fine. But their system tried to give me a 1-to-1 replacement, so I said no, thank you. Yeah, their system's not perfect, but it does tend to it does try to lean in the benefit of the customer. It does try to benefit the customer. I got another 2-pound bag of shredded cheese. I got some berry pomegranate juice mix. I also got some strawberry, cherry, and peach fruit. I want to try to make some fruit pies. Some more chips. I got some salad. I got some corn. Where's my tomatoes? Oh, there they are. Okay. Onions, mushrooms, tomatoes, cucumbers, corn on the cob, bacon bits, poppy seed dressing, croutons. The corn was not bad, 50 cents an ear. That's so expensive compared to in Pennsylvania. I remember stopping by the produce stand on the side of the road, the farmer stand on the side of the road on the way home in New Jersey, and you get corn 10 for $1. And I'm paying 500% of that. But still, around here, 50 cents an ear is pretty good. So yeah, just a small order, some cheese. So I want to make some more chicken quesadillas. I want to make some fruit pies. I wonder if it's equitable. Yeah, it is. 3, 4. It's about $6 a pie. And you're gonna pay about that for the pre-made pie. So it's about the same price. Michelle wanted some tapioca pudding, so I got her some tapioca pudding. I got some Tostitos tortilla chips. I like chips and salsa, and I have a bottle of salsa, so I want to eat that. Of course, all my salad stuff. And then the avocado, the eggs. I figured get the eggs while the price is good. Although I can't believe I'm saying $4 a dozen is good. But what is that? That's 4.5 dozen. 4.5. Hey, that's $3.33 a dozen. I'll take it. That's actually not a bad price. $3.33 a dozen? Hell yeah. Seeing as now local grocery stores are selling eggs for $6 a dozen over my dead body. And the Pepperidge Farm sourdough is a nice upgrade. You know, they make good bread. Although, you know something? The Great Value sourdough bread is really pretty damn good. When I make my my tuna fish sandwiches, I like sourdough bread. It just tastes good. I want to try making a half tuna fish sandwich with cheese on top and put it in the air fryer. You know, crisp it up a bit. I want to see how that tastes. I think that might be pretty good. All right, that works. So that'll be ready to pick up soon. It's too bad they didn't offer me 2 of the 10 packs. I would have been okay with that. But that's okay. They'll have it back in stock next week. All right. I'm going to get that kerosene heater in here. I don't want to start it yet until it gets colder, because I only have about 3 weeks worth of fuel for it. And that's kind of my emergency heater. You know, if we ever have a major power outage or if I have a complete HVAC failure, that's my emergency backup heat. What would it cost me to run the kerosene the whole winter? I would need it for at least 3 months. So that's 90 days times 2 gallons a day. That's 180 gallons of fuel. Jesus Christ. You're looking at $4 a gallon. That's seven. Wow. $720. Or $240 a month. That's a lot of freaking money. Jesus. So yeah, I can't do that. I have 30 gallons of fuel, which is 15 days. If I run it 24/7. So that'd be fit. That would, yeah. So 3 weeks. No, 2 weeks. I have 2 weeks of fuel. And I could probably manage to scrounge up enough for 1 more week. So that's $60 per week. That's a lot. My entire electric bill with the heater running is only $250 a month. Jesus. I gotta find the remote for that one so I can get that one running, because that'll help a lot. That might even allow me to just run the kerosene at night when it gets really cold. That heater right there might be enough. It's 12,000 BTUs. That might be enough to allow me to just run the kerosene at night. I'll be running it on diesel, not kerosene. Wrong thing. All right. So that's the plan for 2023. I want to print mounts for the gutters. I want to attempt to see if I can design and 3D print a chicken coop. I want to design and 3D print a level 2 high power rocket that is at least 90% 3D printed. So everything but the motor mount tube and stuffer tube inside. So try to 3D print 90% of the airframe. And I want to try to run an Ender 3 completely off grid. So solar battery power only, no grid power whatsoever. and I want to be able to run it 24/7. I can't run it with the heat bed 24/7, although I could probably run the heat bed during the day, but not at night. The power requirements to run it at night, so it averages 156 watts. I checked. That's what it averages. Times 12. That's an 1800 watt hour battery. So I would need double the number of batteries in order to run, and double the number of solar panels. So I would need 400 watts of solar panels, and I would need a almost 1900 watt hour battery to be able to run 24/7 with the heat bed. Obviously, that'll be a little less in the summertime, a little more in the wintertime. But just by turning off the heat bed, it goes from stupid expensive to practical. So, man, heartburn. So yeah, I'm gonna try to do that, and then I'm also going to start experimenting with light color PLA and white painted PLA parts, and see how those parts handle the direct sunlight in the heat of summer. And that's about it. But those are the projects I would like to try to accomplish in 2023. We shall see. It'll be fun to try. The good news is I have most of what I need for those projects. I have the batteries, I have the charge controller, I have the solar panels, so I shouldn't have to buy anything. The only thing I might need to buy is a DC-DC regulator. Water bottles and glue gun, greenhouse. There you go, that could work. I actually have a couple greenhouses. You know, the ones you build out of pipe with covering. I have a couple of those. I should probably try to set them up too. That'll extend my growing season. Let's see, so I should have everything I need to do the off-grid printer. I just have to dig everything up. I gotta find everything. The windmill, I gotta get a pipe. That's gonna be tricky. I gotta find something local. The price isn't bad. $70 isn't bad. I can't spend the $93 in gas. The gutter, someone gave me some gift cards. Mad Hatter gave me some gift cards for Home Depot, so I should be able to get the gutters. And I can print the hangers. And I think I have the screws, so I shouldn't have to spend any money on that. Just, $20 in fuel to go to Home Depot and back. The rocket is all 3D printed, so I shouldn't have to buy anything, and I should already have the 29 or 38 millimeter motor mount tube I'll need. I think 38 millimeter. So I shouldn't have to buy anything for that. I might need to buy some laundry. I could probably take the chutes out of my big rocket and use those. So I might not need to buy any parachutes. And I think I have the Kevlar already. I think I already have some 1/8 inch Kevlar, which should be enough for that. What else? I think that's it. I can't think of anything else. I do believe that's... So I should have everything I need to begin start working on those. Well, what do I think? I think we're going to find out that a lot of presidents have classified documents, whether they know it or not. I think that's just the nature of the job. What the difference is going to be is how they respond and how they react to the presence. So the difference here is when Trump's staff, or when Biden's staff found these documents, they immediately notified the authorities and turned the documents over, and they are fully complying with and cooperating with them in their investigation. While Trump tried to hide them, lied about them, and refuses to accept responsibility for them. So I think that right there is what more do you need to know? One said, oops, I'm not supposed to have this. Hey, authorities, I'm not supposed to have these. What do you want me to do? While the other person says, they're mine, I'm going to hide it, I'm not going to call. Yeah, do we need to say any more? I'm not a Biden fan, but he responded a hell of a lot better. But that's Trump. What are you gonna do? And, yeah. What are you gonna do? They're all crazy. Just remember, when it comes time to eat them, cook thoroughly so you kill all the parasites and neurotoxins in them. Don't eat them raw. They're gonna be nasty. Put them on a spit, barbecue them well done, lots of chili and barbecue sauce, okay? Oh my God. We really are living idiocracy. It blows my mind. We really are living idiocracy. I mean, this country is going to collapse under its own weight. And, I keep thinking, oh, it's a long way in the future. I'll be long dead before this happens. But it's accelerating. It could happen suddenly. I mean, prepare, okay, guys? Pay off as much debt as you can. Stock up your pantries. Don't prepare for an end of the world kind of thing. That's bullshit. No one survives the end of the world. In a true Tatawaki event, 95% of us are dead within the first 90 days. But you can prepare for a recession. You can prepare for a downturn as best you can. Start off with a 3-day emergency supply. Imagine a hurricane coming through. Imagine a tornado taking out a power plant. Imagine a blizzard encasing you in snow for a weekend. All right, so start off by preparing for 3 days. Assume your door, the other side of your door was a lava pit, and you had to live inside of whatever you're living in for 3 days. Do you have everything you need to survive for 3 days? The power gets cut off. The water gets cut off. Do you have enough for 3 days? Prepare for that. Fill some gallon jugs with water. Get some dried and canned foods put together. Have a self-sufficiently fueled cooking method. Something gas or fuel powered, a little propane indoor grill, something like that. And any of those little tiny tailgate grills would be safe to use indoors if you have a working, functioning brain. Warm clothes handy. A little first aid kit in case somebody gets a scratch. Start off small, and then build it up if you have the space. Consider keeping tradables handy, sugar and salt. Those are going to be things that people forget about, but everybody wants, and you can trade them for things you need. Here's a pound of sugar. Let me get a can of chicken. Things like that. Don't prepare for the end of the world. Prepare for a power outage. Prepare for a hurricane. Prepare for a blizzard. All the grocery stores are 3 days away from collapse. If the supply chain stopped completely, the grocery stores would be empty in 3 days. So can you survive 6? All right, can you hold out for 6? Until the supply chain gets restored. It's not going to be months. We're talking days, maybe a week or two here. Just try to be a little more self-sufficient. And just the knowledge you'll gain in attempting to position yourself that way will be beneficial. Because by being prepared, one of the biggest benefits that you're going to have is calmness. In any kind of perceived emergency. Because that's what most of these incidences are going to be. They're going to be perceived emergencies. I'm not saying it's not going to be bad. I'm not saying we don't have bad times ahead of us. But it's not end of the world bad times. Most of the problems are going to be caused by panic. By people freaking out and not knowing what to do. By you having a small reserve of preparedness will give you something 80% of the rest of the population is not going to have. Calmness. The ability to not have to do anything because you have what you need. So you don't have to panic, rush out to the store, and hope to fight the masses for what you need. You won't need to. You have it already. So you'll have calmness. You'll have a lack of panic. And that alone is going to make a world of difference in your ability to coast through an emergency situation. And you realize, hey, you know something? Supply chain's restored. The shelves are restocked. That wasn't too bad. And you won't be all stressed out and freaking out and panicking. So that's the biggest thing, is just to be calm, to not panic, and to be prepared enough that you can be calm and that you don't have to panic. You know what happened when they freaked out around here for toilet paper? Do you know what I did? Nothing. I already had 200 rolls of toilet paper sitting in the container. I didn't know it was going to happen. I didn't, stock up in preparedness for emergency. I buy 96 roll packets of toilet paper. I buy a big case. I don't buy 4 packs or 12 packs. I go on Amazon and I buy the 96 pack of single ply 1,000 sheet toilet paper. And just before I left Pennsylvania, they had them on sale for $35. So I bought a second one. So I arrived in New Mexico with 200 rolls of toilet paper. Not because I was prepping, but because I'm a cheap shit. And when I saw $35 for 96 rolls, I bought a second one. So when we ran out of toilet paper in all the stores, I didn't give a shit. And when my neighbor said, when he complained about the lack of toilet paper, I was like, hey, dude, you need some? And he looked at me like, what? I was like, do you need a couple rolls of toilet paper? I got plenty. And so I gave him 3 rolls of toilet paper, enough for him to go a few weeks for the stores to start restocking. Just don't panic. Don't freak out. It's no big deal. Well, if you're renting and you have a lot of bills, then yeah, it could be a very big deal. So I don't want to belittle that. I'm more fortunate than most. I own my home. So, if I actually had to, I could turn off the electric and turn off the water and live in the dark. And I would still have my home. I wouldn't have to worry about losing my home. I could even have basic creature comforts. I have enough battery packs and solar panels that I could run, a laptop for an hour a day. I could run, my phone 24/7. This big battery would allow me to, I could use the induction cooktop for about an hour. Or I can use, I can cook on the stove for half an hour, use the microwave 2 or 3 times, and use the coffee maker twice. And I would have enough battery with a solar power connected to do that as long as I did it during the day. Now, of course, once night fell, I would just have the battery power. That's it. But, life would suck, but I would survive. So get yourself a small battery pack. I have links in my Amazon page. Just make sure it's lithium iron phosphate. The best battery you could probably buy right now is the Bluetti EB3A. It's about $200. It's only 200 watt hours, but it's lithium iron phosphate, and it's capable of putting out 600 watts. So, for example, I'll have to try it and see if I run the microwave on low, will it work? The problem is it depends on how a microwave works. Okay, so there's 2 ways to get, like, say you have a 1200 watt microwave and you run it at 50% power. That's 600 watts, right? Maybe not. Maybe it's running at 600 watts to get 50%. Or maybe it's running at the full 1200 watt and it's just cycling on and off at 50% intervals so that it averages 600 watts. Well, if it runs at 600 watts, the battery's going to run it. If it cycles on and off at 1200 watts, the battery's not going to run it. So it depends. But there's things you can do to prepare and work with these things. A propane grill with a 20-pound propane tank will handle your cooking needs for a month. All right, a small little tailgater grill, and you can even run that indoors reasonably safely if you're not stupid. A full-size grill, I wouldn't run indoors, but a little tiny single-burner tailgater grill, that's not going to burn enough oxygen and create enough CO to cause you a problem. But just prepare. Just that preparedness mindset will help you stay calm and help you to avoid panic if, things get sideways for a couple of weeks, until shit stabilizes. I mean, no matter how much you correctly hate our government, they're not dumb enough to allow 330 people to dive into starvation. It would destroy the entire country. Remember, these rich people need their slaves to work their businesses to make their billions. Okay, so they're not going to let the entire system collapse. They're going to make the system work until it can be restored correctly. So it's not going to be like a dystopian post-apocalyptic movie kind of scenario. That's just not going to happen. And if it does happen, you're going to die, so don't worry about it. I mean, if we have a total collapse of society, 95% of us are dead in 90 days. So don't worry about it. You're not going to be one of the 5%. Okay? And that's just not going to happen. Short of, it's... Our society is structured now to the point where the only way you're going to have a total collapse is with a total destruction. If an asteroid hits the planet, we're dead. If a CME hits the planet, we're dead. If a black hole mass ejection hits the planet, we're dead. If Yosemite goes up, we're dead. Yellowstone. If Yellowstone goes up, we're dead. Okay? So it's just... the more advanced and the more numerous society becomes, the more binary such events become. It's no longer a case of, dystopian several years before society recovers. No. We'll recover within a month or we'll all be dead. I mean, just go ahead and do the math on trying to live off the land. You can't do it. There is no live off the land. Living off the land is not possible. We have 330 million people. We will wipe out every dog, cat, squirrel, rabbit, deer, and buck within about 2 weekends. There will be no critters left within 2 weeks if we all went hunting and tried to live off the land, okay? There's just not enough critters in the entire country to feed 330 million people. So, unless you're, what was his name? What was he? Well, who was the guy in Waterworld? That wasn't Gibson, was it? That wasn't Mel Gibson. Was that Mel Gibson? The guy in Waterworld? Now I'm curious. Kevin Reynolds, Peter Radar. Who were the characters? There it is. Kevin Costner. Kevin Costner. So, unless you're Kevin Costner with incredible survival skills, living out in the ocean, fishing from the ocean, you're not going to survive living off the land. That's just not going to happen. That's not the way reality works. Not when you have 330 million people in one landmass. There's not enough critters available. I wish I could eat bugs. A lot of the rest of the world eats insects because insects are a fantastic protein source. Because remember, we're meat eaters, but we're not really meat eaters. We're protein eaters. And meat just happens to be the source we get with protein. I wish I could eat insects because I could very easily grow insects. But I was just psychologically not raised for that. I can't erase that image from my mind to attempt to eat insects. It's just there's a mental block there, and that's just the way our population was raised. We were just not raised like that. And oh, give me a break by 2030. But I don't know. Just we should change that because insects are a fantastic source of protein. They're easy to grow. They'll grow in almost any environment. It's very if you could eat insects, it'd be very easy for you to be self-sufficient. It'd be very easy for you could easily live off your own land if you could forage insects. Yeah, really. Let's circle back to that in 7 years. I think I have a different protein source in mind. They're bipedal. They're called Homo sapiens. The mean ones tend to be particularly delicious. The stupid ones taste funny, but they're still edible. It's okay. We can work it. Little barbecue, a little chili, we can make that happen. There's plenty of protein out there. Oh man. The oh most people, if you looked in their pantry, how much food do they have? Do they even have the ability to store water? Have they even thought about that? We are so used to just turning on the tap water and the water being there. And Michelle would squish you. She would just go plump, and welfare God would go squish. But I trained her well. She knows how to be vicious. She has a couple of cat minions too. I think I'm gonna have to set up my little tree outside. It just sits on the top shelf, useless because the cat won't stop tearing it apart. So I think I'm just gonna set it up outside and plug it in. I don't know how long it'll last, but it'll look nice while it lasts. But it'll be interesting. The Republicans have the House again, and usually when the Republicans control a House, they either get nothing done or they pass a lot of bullshit that screws over the average American. So we could probably expect a whole bunch of that this year. Thankfully, they don't have solid control over the Senate. They have the ability to impede the Senate, but not control the Senate. The only problem is Democrats tend to be pussies. So they tend to give in to the demands. So we'll see. Without using Google, let's hear a factual example of that. A factual example of what? Are you talking about when the Republicans controlled the House from 2011 to 2019, and under Trump they handed over $2 trillion in tax savings to the top 1% while increasing the taxes on the bottom 50% every 2 years until 2027? Are you talking about that the Republicans did? Are you talking about when the Republicans gutted the EPA and defunded them during the last time they controlled the House so that the EPA can't do its job to attempt to to keep them from poisoning us in this country. I mean, have you seen pictures of American cities and rivers before the EPA? This isn't rocket science. It doesn't take more than a couple of taps on your computer to look this stuff up. No, your taxes were not lower under Trump. They were intentionally and temporarily lower under Trump to get brainwashed dimwits like you to vote for him and agree with him. But of course, what you missed was that law was rigged to self-destruct if the Republicans lost control of the presidency. And that's why your taxes are going up. Biden didn't increase your taxes. Trump increased your taxes. And Trump arranged it, well, not Trump, the Republicans, arranged it so that your taxes will continue to go up until they're back in office again, in which case they'll pass another bill to temporarily reduce your taxes and keep your dumbasses voting for them. I mean, it's like, oh my God. I'll lower your taxes for 4 years, but I'm gonna put a claymore in the law so that if I'm not voted back into office again, fuck you, your taxes are going up. Republicans did that. Democrats didn't do that. But of course, the $2 trillion in tax savings to the wealthy, that didn't expire. Just your tax savings expired. Just your tax savings, citizen. I have changed the terms of our agreement. Pray I do not change them again. I mean, you can't make this up. But you support the guy who's screwing you over. He's pissing on you, and you're convinced it's rain. Trump, the Republicans literally went, "You like the rain, guys?" Dude, all you have to do is read, buddy. All you gotta do is read. Please, by all means, go ahead and use Google. Go ahead and use Google if you want, and show me the law that where Biden raised your taxes. Please show me. Go ahead. Show me the law from when Biden entered office to now that raised your taxes. You're not going to find it because it's a Republican law. They put a booby trap in their own tax cuts. Yeah, lots of trickle down. It's called a golden shower, baby. It's just not made of gold. Wrong kind of gold. Make America great again. Yeah. I mean, you can't make it up. You can't make this up. It's right in front of your face. It's right there in black and white. You're so brainwashed that the paper says 2 + 2 = 4 and you see 5. There are 4 lights! Except you see 5. Yeah, us reasonable, sane, logical people are going, there are 4 lights! while you're going, oh, there's 5. Oh, no, the other 6. First of all, I have to apologize. I shouldn't be ragging on you individually, but you kind of ask for it. Yeah, well, if you live in the United States and you're not slightly insane, where have you been living? You can't help but be slightly insane living in this country. I mean, it's idiocracy. It's a madhouse. The inmates have taken over. The patients are in charge now. I mean, well, hey, if you want to go offensive and attack, that's your choice. But this country is going down the toilet drain. It's spiraling in. Yeah, the Republicans have gone buckaroo banzai across the eighth dimension at plaid speed, and the Democrats are just sitting there pumping that goddamn Kickstarter, trying to spool up their warp drive to follow them. I mean, you are brainwashed. Trump passes tax cuts for the rich. Now, when I say Trump, I mean the administration, not him specifically. Obviously, the Republican Congress had to pass the law for him to sign it, okay? But he could have said no. He could have chosen to veto it, okay? So, the Trump administration passes a tax law that gives trillions of dollars to the 1% and gives a little tiny bit of a tax cut to you. And then in that same law, it is programmed in that same law that some of your tax cuts expire in 2021 or 2020. And then every 2 years after that, more of those tax cuts expire. So it looks like the current administration is raising your taxes every 2 years, when in reality, those tax increases or reductions of tax cuts were written into the law that Republicans passed in the 2011 to 2019 session when they had control of the House. Republicans wrote your tax increases into their law. Now, of course, if Trump won the White House again, he probably would have extended those tax cuts so that he could claim credit for saving you taxes. But the Claymore landmine to raise your taxes again if Republicans were in charge were built into the law by the Republicans. Oh, I know I know he's trolling, but I think he actually believes this. And I don't entirely blame him. The amount of propaganda and bullshit put out there and the lack of basic understanding about how government works in our society allows people to believe this. Like, he might actually truly believe this. He might not be trolling. He might actually think that's reality. Well, it's like if I how else do you describe it? It's like, hey, rich guys, here's a whole bunch of free money. Hey, poor people, here's a tiny bit of money. Make sure it expires in 4 years if I'm not back in office. They'll blame the next guy. And that's exactly what he did. That's exactly what they codified into law. The tax increases you're seeing now are the result of the law the Republicans wrote. And the Democrats can't do a goddamn thing about it. Even if the Democrats could pull their heads out of their asses long enough to actually think as one group, they can't do anything about it because they don't control the House and they don't control the Senate. They can't do anything about it. Even if they were, even if they weren't too dumb to do anything about it. Oh, man. The only difference between Republicans and Democrats is the color of the rusty mace they're going to shove up your ass. Either which way, you're getting a rusty mace shoved up your ass, but you can choose whether it's red or blue. It's still going to hurt. I mean, you tell me without Google to tell you how. I did, and then you call bullshit. The Republicans controlled the House of Representatives from 2011 to 2019. In 2017, under Trump, they passed the tax cut law that gave over $2.6 trillion to the 1% and gave a little tiny tax cut to everybody else. And that little tiny tax cut was set in law to expire at the end of his 4-year term. It was set intentionally to expire at the end of his 4-year term, and it was set to expire in chunks every 2 years, so that it would look like the current administration was raising your taxes. Well, my taxes are up. Democrats are in charge. It must be their fault. Even though that law was written back in 2017 when the Republicans passed it under Trump. But you don't understand why I'm saying you're delusional for not seeing this fact that you could look up yourself. You could look it up. You could type on your computer and look it up and read it. But, you know, MAGA media tells you differently, so it has to be wrong, right? I mean, is it a case of ignorance where you just haven't bothered looking it up and you just believe the news source? Or is it willful ignorance? I don't know. The only particularly shitty thing that Democrats did during this past term was this bullshit with requiring 1099s for anything over $600. If that's not a direct attack on the poor, I don't know what is. So much for no new taxes for anyone under $400,000. Although I guess you could technically argue it's not new taxes. You were technically supposed to be paying taxes on that to begin with. But still, you know, that was definitely a direct attack on low-income people. Like I said, they both got a rusty mace, and they're both going to shove it up your ass. You get to pick the color. You're still getting anal reamed. I mean, just open your eyes, dude. Read the laws. Go ahead. Find me one single law that was written by Congress and passed by the president since Biden took office that raised your taxes. Go find me one. Give me a link, HR, whatever the bill was, and the date it was signed by the president into law. Go ahead. I mean, it must be true, right? So you could find the law, right? I could find the law for you. It was the tax bill that the Republicans passed and President Trump signed in 2017, when the Republicans were in charge of the House, when they had control of the House. So you can go read that. I mean, that was what 2 or 3 years before, in 2021. So that was 4 years before Biden took office. Are you telling me Biden was somehow responsible for a bill that was signed, that was created by Republicans and signed by Trump 4 years before he won the presidency? Are you telling me that they're responsible for that? Because that's the law that raised your taxes. That 2017 law is the one that raised your taxes. But I'm crazy, yeah. I'm nutso sitting here in my junk pile looking up BS on the internet. I mean, why the fuck would I go to a local library to read when I could just look up anything I want in this data connection? You should see my... Well, I don't have much of a hard library anymore. I left most of that behind in Pennsylvania. It just cost too much to move it. I picked out my favorite hardback books and I brought those. So I brought my Destroyer Man series. I brought my little encyclopedia. I brought my, the different books I've collected over time that I really like. But most of my books, thousands of books, got left behind. It would have my library would have filled half my bus. I couldn't afford to dedicate half the school bus to a library. I couldn't do it. I hated getting rid of those books, but what could I do? But now everything is digital. I just can download anything I want. Let me upgrade that. Let me upload that soda funnel now. Hang on. Thingiverse. That's not how it works, welfare god. That's not how it works. That's not like that old grandma on the Facebook commercial. That's not unfriended. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. In order to increase your taxes, for whatever reason, they have to pass a law increasing your taxes. So while they are spending money, a very tiny, minuscule amount of money on the Ukraine bullshit, compared to the $6 trillion Trump spent on the pandemic, 90% of which went to the 1%. $6 trillion. All right? So they have to pass a law to raise your taxes. They haven't passed a law to raise your taxes. So while they might pass a law to raise your taxes to pay for the Ukraine war sometime in the future, they have not yet. That has not happened. Which means any tax increases you have experienced thus far have nothing to do with the Democrats because they haven't passed any laws. The Republicans won't let them. Again, point to the law. Point to the law that says, taxes go up this much. Point to that law. Show me the law. Show me the law that raised your taxes. I can show you the law that raised your taxes. It was written by Republicans and signed by Trump in 2017. Can you show me any other law that raised your taxes? I can't find one. By all means, if you find one, send me a link. But you're talking about tax increases that already happened. You said your taxes have gone up since the Democrats took over the presidency. So show me the law that caused that. We're not talking about potential future. I'm talking about right now. You said your taxes are higher after Trump. Show me the after Trump law that caused that tax increase. This is the cop out. I've cornered you into a corner where there's no more escape for your delusional mind to escape to. Oh, at this point, I'm not even going to argue anymore. I'm going to take my ball and go home. Not about a cop out. Neon sign pointing to cop out. I told you the time, date, and place. What more do you want? But I don't know what I'm talking about. There is no inflation. Inflation's like 4%. All the rest of the price increase is price gouging. I have yet to find one single food item that hasn't gone up by 18% or more. The lowest price increase I could find was juice mix that went from $1 to $1.18. That is the smallest price increase I could find. Nor packets, 26% increase. Eggs, 300% increase, 400% increase. Laundry detergent, 200% increase. You explain to me how an 8.5% inflation rate causes a 200% price increase. You can't. But I can show you how price gouging will do that. He's fine. He doesn't have to leave. Let's see, my designs. There it is. Funnels. Let's go to edit thing. Okay, now. Factory, G-codes. Okay, I need to get my new files. Where are they at? Where did I put them? I think I put them on D drive. my 3D. Gallon jug funnel. Here we go. And I have pictures. I'm going to update the pictures, so I'll do them later. Screw funnel, snap funnel, gallon jug funnel, factory, and G codes. Okay. So that should be the latest files, unless I fucked up. Oh, why did you do that? Gallon jug funnel, you, and you guys. And where is my drop link? There it is. Factory files included, STL files included. I am missing an STL file. Uh-oh. There's the snap funnel, there's the screw funnel. I'm missing a funnel. Uh-oh, what did I do with it? Those are not the most current files, I don't think. Here they are. So, oh, here they are. Here's the STL files. Okay, hang on. Let's see. Let's get rid of all this. Here are the STL files, but I still need... Hang on. Here's the 3 STLs. These are the most current. Milk, soda. So there's 2 for the milk jug. S is for screw, and P is for push on. And then there's the soda funnel that fits the soda bottles. Not these water bottles, but the soda bottles. I think this is my... Okay, this is the factory file for the... Did that get it? Yes, it got it. Okay. Now, where's the factory file for the other one? Milk S, soda funnel, factory, G code, milk, G code, milk P, milk S, soda. Here it is. Here's the 3 G code files. And if they can get it. Okay, so these files are all old. I can delete these. These are the current files. Over here, replace. These are the current STL files. And this is the factory file. There should be 2 factory files. I gotta find the other one. That might be this one. Because one is for the complete vase mode model, and one is for the partial vase, partial not vase. Well, I sort of resorted to a little bit of ad hominem attack as well. When I started, even though what I was saying is factual, that doesn't change the fact that it was an ad hominem attack. That's why I apologized. Because I shouldn't have done that. Right or wrong, I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, I know, I'm wiggling. Okay, now let's do the coffee pod slide. So the link is in the description already for the funnel. It might take a minute for Thingiverse to update, but all the files should be there now. The STL files are there. If you want to slice it yourself, oh, wow. He can trace an IP to a city. Wow, that's such a threat. Seriously, dude. There's no anonymity on the internet. Anybody can trace anybody. It's just a matter of risk versus reward and how much effort you want to put into it. It's not really the threat it used to be. Now, the STL files are correct. The G-code files are correct. The factory files might not be. The soda one can be printed in vase mode from start to end. No top layers, no bottom layers, just vase mode all the way up. Oh yeah, I can trace them nuts. I missed that little skit from Simpsons where he calls up the bartender and fucks with him all the time. That's funny. Now, if the factory files are goofy, the milk funnel, you have to transition from vase mode to regular mode at 39 millimeters. 39 millimeters is where vase mode stops, and then it starts with regular printing. Okay, so that one, I still have to update the pictures, but the actual files should be good. All right, let's go upload a new one. And that will be these three here. And this is going to be coffee pod slide. I don't know if I'm allowed to use K-Cup. I was being funny because you said these nuts. I was being funny in reply to that. That's all. Let's see. Didn't they? Household kitchen. There we go. Creative Commons attribution is fine. I used Tinkercad to make it. Okay, publish. Thing summary. Coffee pod slide. There we go. And here is the coffee pod slide. Again, that is strictly vase mode. No top layers, no bottom layers, just vase mode print all the way up. That's it. No special layer transitions, nothing. Just print it in vase mode. Although it might not print correctly in Cura or Prusa Slicer, you need to use Simplify, but I included G-code. That'll work on anything Ender 3 sized or larger. And I included a factory file as well. Let me put this in a folder. Curate cup slide. Let's delete all this and put the updated files here. Okay. File history management is something I'm not very good at. I get lazy about it. On a serious note, though, I do apologize for the ad hominem attacks. Whether I'm right or wrong, that's uncalled for, and I shouldn't have done that. And as... Where's my window? Go away, whatever the hell you are. Go away. That's not what I want. Go live. There it is. I somehow lost the window I originally had. What I want you to do is I want you to go away. Yeah, just go away. See you later. Go the fuck away. And as host of a stream, I should not be doing that because I have an unusual amount of clout just by being the one in charge of the stream. So that was inappropriate for me to do that. But the the hilarity of, you know, the Republicans did this and you're blaming the Democrats. It was. I know you like to troll, but I expected better of you. And that's just a very small amount of basic research that it would have taken to find that information. It wouldn't have taken long at all. Well, matter of fact, can I find the bill name? I bet you I can. Is it as simple as that? Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017. That was the specific law that they passed that caused all this. They call it a tax cuts, but it's only tax cuts if you're the rich. If you're not the rich, it's not a tax cut. And here is a PDF link right from govinfo.gov of Public Law 115 that caused all the problems that you're claiming to experience now, enacted by the 115th United States Congress, which was Republican controlled and signed by Trump. Public Law 115-97. That is the law that gave the trillions of dollars in tax cuts to the rich and gave you a tiny little tax cut. And that is the law that is now increasing your taxes by expiring the tax cuts temporarily put in place by that law. That right there is the law that did it. And that law has nothing to do with Democrats and nothing to do with Biden. I'm not a fan of Biden. He's a useless, senile meat sack who spent 47 years in Congress accomplishing absolutely nothing of any value to the people of this country. You could even argue that on a political level, he's worse than Biden. On a megalomaniac psychopath level, he can't touch Trump. Biden is a white supremacist, misogynist, possibly pedophiliac, but I don't think so, wacko, who is now senile and a useless meat sack. But he's less dangerous than Trump. Because Trump did this. Him and the Republicans passed this law that's currently screwing you. It even says here, the CBO estimated that implementing the act would add $2.289 trillion to the national debt over 10 years. Wow. So this is not propaganda. This is not conspiracy theory. This is not, liberal whatever. This is not right-wing whatever. This is Public Law 115-97 passed by the 115th Republican Congress and signed by Donald Trump in 2017. I don't know what more I can tell you. You can either read it or you can not read it. That's your choice. But whether you read it or not does not change reality and does not change the facts. Oh, man. Politics in this country is so fucked. We're screwed. We are so screwed. I guess the only thing I can hope for is that as this country twirls down the toilet drain, as the turd that is the United States goes down the toilet, I just hope we don't take the rest of the world with us. I hope the rest of the world can survive well enough to survive our collapse. And, maybe help out the Americans that survived the annihilation of this country. Yeah. The problem is, I don't agree with a lot of the ways Europe runs things. You know, the mentality in Europe is that the people are servant to the government. And while the government has duties to the people are subservient to the government. And I do not think human beings should exist that way. I think government should be subservient to the people, the way it was intended to be here in the United States, at least to some extent. And I don't know if that aspect of our culture would survive the collapse. I hope it does. But the nature of human beings is that we will not revolt until there is absolutely no alternative. Because the people in charge will violently maintain their power. And that's something that a lot of people have difficulty grasping, that a lot of people have difficulty accepting and understanding, is that the world is violent. And that many times the only way you're going to fix it... Yes, their governments tend to serve their people. I just don't like the fact that their people are subservient to their government. That kind of a government works fine when the people are doing well and when the government has the best interests of the people in mind. Well, what happens a generation from now, or 2 generations from now, or 3 generations from now, when the government does not have the best interests of the people in mind? That's the problem. I mean, Germany tried to take over the world twice. I mean, World War I and World War II were both caused by a European country. And that's scary. Even the French are a little more pussified lately than they typically are. The French are usually my heroes. They're the first ones that are, like you said, will flip tables and, say, fuck you. I look up to the French. Well, the Nordic model works when everybody's wealthy. What's your average adjusted income in Norway? It's pretty high. Norway can do things that a poor country can't do. Norway can enforce requirements that wealthy people can afford to pay for that not wealthy people can't afford to pay for. There are things that Norway and other European countries do that can't work here. I think a lot of the way Europe does things is fear of World War III. So there's a lot of laws and stuff in Germany that are mind-bogglingly strict and draconian to people in America, but that's only because the German people are so afraid of a World War II repeat. They're so afraid of a Nazi repeat that they're going to great lengths to try to prevent that from happening. U.S. per capita income, okay? The U.S. per capita, you can't use U.S. per capita GDP because GDP is an average. It's not a per capita. You're taking an average and then you're dividing it by a capita. So you're taking an average. What you need to look at is the median per capita income. The median per capita income in the United States is $37,683, which is below the poverty line. No, they're richer per capita because a bunch of rich people live there. Some of it has to do with politics, and they're a very, very small country. So countries like Norway and Korea and stuff like that, and Japan, they can do things that we can't do here. For example, Korea can say, okay, the entire country is going to be 5G next year. We can't do that. The landmass of the United States just doesn't permit it. That is quite right about GDP. You're taking the total gross domestic product of a country, the bulk of which will be owned by the wealthy in this country, and then you're dividing it by the number of people in the country. That's an average. You can't use an average when you have a wealth gap the size of the one we have here in this country. You can't do that. You have a per capita GDP in a country that is $59,000 when half the country makes half that per year. Do you not see how that number doesn't work? You have a U.S. GDP of $59K per citizen when half the citizens make less than $37,000 a year. that number is illogical. It doesn't work. It might work for Norway, where the wealth divide is nowhere near as large, but it doesn't work for here. So if you were to compare another country as small as wealthy as, with a similar demographic to Norway, then a gross domestic product per capita makes sense. But you can't apply that to the United States, where 6 human beings own more wealth than the bottom 160 million citizens of the entire country combined. Well, we don't have that choice. It requires violence. That's what I'm trying to explain, John Hess. Making those kinds of changes is going to require bloodshed. It's going to require civil war. It's going to require the bloody overthrow of the current structure of this country. Because the people who have that wealth and power are not going to give it up peacefully. They're not. Okay, I mean, John, do you own a house? Do you own a car? Do you have a bank account? Do you have some nice possessions? I'm going to assume yes to all of that. I want you to give it all to me. Give it to me. I have a big stick I'm going to whack you with, and I want you to give me everything you own. Are you just going to give it to me because I say so? No! You're going to fight for your life. I'm threatening to take your life. You're going to fight to keep it. You're going to resist. So you think those 6 people who own more wealth than the bottom 50% of the country combined are just going to go, oh, sorry, my bad. This isn't the right way to do things. Here, you can have it. No! They'll kill half the country if they can get away with it to keep it. There's more of us than them, but that's not how reality works. Okay, do you know the only exception to the historical rule that a people will tolerate an extraordinary amount of tyranny before they'll revolt? Because sticking my head out is guaranteed to get a boot put down on my neck. And I don't want the boot on my neck. The life that I have might suck, but it's better than a boot on my neck. So I'm not gonna buck the status quo, because they'll just kill me or ruin me. Okay? So a population does not revolt until they are starving. That's when a population revolts, when they're starving. Now, there are political exceptions. So, for example, you could have 2 polities, and this polity could invoke a revolt in that polity, but it's not actually this polity revolting and people revolting. It's this polity causing a revolt because they're having a war with that polity, and they're using the people as collateral damage. So that's an exception to that rule, but it's not really an exception. That's just these 2 polities fighting, and this revolt is just a fake revolt being used by the one polity to fight the other polity. That was Arab Spring. Arab Spring was a fake revolt. That was one polity invoking a revolt to fight against another polity. The only exception to this rule that I'm aware of in all of human history is the formation of the United States of America. And that was a fluke. That was a fluke of people, geography, intelligence, religion, and technology that never existed before then and can never exist again. Do you know that the British did not lose the Revolutionary War? The British did not lose to the Americans in the Revolutionary War. The British said, you know something? This is bleeding us dry. Fuck it, you can have it. They gave up, okay? Because we barely had the technology to cross an ocean, but not the technology to cross an ocean easily. The survival rate of soldiers crossing the Atlantic Ocean was around 50 to 70%. Half of them died crossing the ocean. Okay? It was hard. On top of that, the United States was a mix of unusually well-educated, intelligent people. College liberals. We like to see the founders as these old white guys, and that's not what they were. That's what they became when the revolution was over. When they came here and started the revolutionary, they were 20-year-old college grads. Okay, they were liberals. And all that crap just took 20 or 30 years. So when it was done, they were 50 and 60 years old. Okay, but look up the ages of these people when they were born and when the United States started all this crap. They were wealthy white grads who were religiously oppressed and chose to start over here. So we had an unusual advantage. Do you know what the involvement rate for the American Revolutionary War was? Do you know how much of the country was actually involved in the Revolutionary War? 3%. 3% of the colonial population was involved in the Revolutionary War. 3%. Almost none. The formation of the United States was a fluke of intellect, education, technology, and geography. The British just had a supply line that was untenable with our current level of technology. So today, however, that's flipped. 3% of the population is 3 million people spread across an entire nation. I know. That's the grand delusion that you might be a billionaire one day. That's the grand delusion. When the reality is, if you make a 6-figure income, you're in the top 10%. Do you think $120,000 is a lot of money? I don't. I mean, to me, it's a lot of money. But in the grand picture of things, $120,000 is fucking chicken scratch. Yet, if you make 120 grand a year, you're in like the top 8%. We look at see, that's why they spread John, that's why they spread bullshit numbers like GDP per capita. Because it hides reality. It makes us delusional to reality with numbers that are actually true. For example, the median household income in the United States is what, $70,000? I think the median household income in the United States is $70,000. And then you're going to look back and say, well, what was the median household income in 1968? It was $66,000. It was $7,700, but that adjusts to $66,000 when you adjust for inflation. So you're thinking, okay, well, we're doing pretty good then, right? Median household income was $66,000. Now it's $70,000. So we're up $4,000. But that's not true. Because in 1968, that median household income only happened if you were white. And that median household income was actually median per capita income. Because the vast majority of households in 1968 were single income earner households. Meaning one person worked one job, 9 to 5, 40 hours a week, and that's how they made $66,000 a year. Now, in the United States today, median household income is $70,000 with 2.6 people working full-time or more to make that $70,000. But that's what happens when you use GDP, because the vast majority of our GDP is from the top 1%. So a good way of looking at this, what is the average income of 10 people where 9 of the people make $10 and 1 person makes $1,000? What's your average income? Now, what's your median income? Your average income's like $90 an hour, but your median is $10. You see the difference? It looks like the people are doing 900% better than they really are, because when your income divide is so lopsided, averages stop working. Oh yeah, absolutely. You're correct. We have more than enough money to allow every single human being in this country to live a very good quality standard of life, probably working 20 hours a week. We could probably lower full-time to 20 hours a week, and every single person in this country could live to a high quality standard of living. We have more than enough for that, but it's all concentrated in the top. And it's not even the top 1% anymore. Now it's the top 0.1%. It's the top 1/10 of 1%. Our wealth divide is so bad that millionaires are beginning to suffer to the 0.1%. Millionaires are beginning to lose wealth to the top 0.1%. That's how bad it's getting. It's absolutely insane. And the problem is, only poor people pay for it. Poor people pay for all of it, because only one person pays taxes. Only one kind of person. Yes, that's exactly what he was doing. Him and the Republicans were pissing on everybody and calling it rain. So the only people who pay taxes are people who have no capacity to pass the tax on to someone else as a cost. So I, as a business owner, do not pay taxes. Ever since I started running my own business, I've stopped paying taxes. I don't pay taxes. So, I pass my taxes on to my customers. Whoever pays me, they're paying the taxes. So, I mean, that's why tax cheats always confuse me until you realize that tax cheats are usually dealing with very large numbers. I had an outright, violent argument with a tax agent in New Jersey because he was under the mistaken impression that we were some Disney Pixar supervillain tax avoiding family with a secret lair to steal his sales tax dollars. So my dad got the business from the previous owner, Jerry, and then of course when he died, I took over. I didn't want to take over, but all of his debt got transferred to me. I inherited his debt, so I had no choice but to take over because that's the only source of income I had to pay down that debt. So he thought that this was some kind of card shuffling game of Pixar Disney supervillains where mommy is shifting the business to daddy and is shifting the business to son in order to avoid taxes. And I looked at him like he was psychotic. Like to the point where the officer next to him, the lady, put her hand on her gun, and I said, I'm not kidding. I looked her straight in the face. I was like, go ahead, draw that and see how violent this gets. And then the other officer says, whoa, let's just calm down here. I was like, calm down? This nut job
thinks that I'm some kind of secret supervillain trying to steal a few $1,000s in sales taxes from the fucking New Jersey government. I was like, he's like, well, you passed it from your mom to your dad. I was like, my mom lives on SSI. She's currently living in Tennessee. What the hell does this have to do with my mom? He's like, no, Jerry. It's like, Jerry's not my fucking mom. Somehow he thought the previous owner of this business was my mother. So he thought we were some super secret villain family trying to evade sales and use taxes. I was like, dude, I collect $2,000 or $3,000 in sales and use tax a year. You think I'm gonna fuck with an entire tax agency over $2,000 or $3,000 that I don't even have to pay? He's like, that's the problem. You don't pay it. I was like, you're not listening to me. I don't pay sales and use tax. I collect it from the customer and I give it to you. He's like, exactly. I was like, exactly. I don't pay it. I say, customer, give me an extra 6%. And I say, New Jersey, here's your 6%. It doesn't come out of my pocket. He got a lot nicer a month later, I guess, when he finally did some actual investigating and realized we had no connection with this Jerry person. But to him, this was some kind of fairy tale supervillain story, and this is how people's lives get destroyed. Businesses do not pay taxes. The taxes come out of their revenue, and their revenue comes from their customers. That's why I tell everybody, if you could legitimately start your own business, do so. Because the U.S. does not charge its citizens income tax. I am perfectly okay with income tax. Income tax is an indirect tax. Income tax is what taxes should be. But we don't charge income tax in the U.S. We charge revenue tax. We charge a head tax, which is slavery. It's the definition of slavery. Indentured servitude. Income tax is not slavery. Revenue tax is. If you're a citizen, you have to pay revenue tax. But if you're a business, you gain the privilege of paying income tax. My business paid less tax than my sister did on her unemployment. Because she has to pay revenue tax. I can pay income tax. Yeah, I'm going to ruin my life for a couple $1,000s to the local government. I mean, it's one thing to steal a few $1,000s from a company. Right? What's the company going to do? They're going to have to come after you civilly. But a government agency with unlimited funding, I'm going to fuck with that for a couple $1,000s? What, you think we're living hog high on heaven and we're hiding millions of dollars somewhere? It's like, dude, I don't even take a pay. I take $3 a week to pay the bridge toll to go home. I don't even get an income. But I'm going to rob you for $2,600 in income or sales and use taxes. Make this make sense. Oh my God. But people get these thoughts in their head and they just go with it. You know, they don't stop to engage logic and reason for a moment. They're just trained to see everybody as evil villains. And they destroy people's lives in the process. So, the only people who pay taxes are those who can't pass the tax on to someone else as a cost. That means end users. That typically means wage and salary earners. The people who can't put a line item on their taxes and write them off. Okay? Those are the only people who pay taxes. And that's why taxing the wealthy can't work. No amount of taxes on the wealthy is going to work. I probably just twisted your fucking brain because you're probably thinking I'm anti-rich and pro-poor. So why the hell am I saying you can't tax the rich? Because you can't. The only people who can pay taxes is the general poor population. Wealth tax doesn't work. It works one time, and then it stops working. Because there's only so many of them. There's only a few hundred billionaires. If you took every penny they owned, you wouldn't do scratch to the GDP of the United States. Okay? The only way you get the kind of money you need is when you can collect it from an extraordinarily large pool of people. That means the general population. So the general population does have to pay the taxes. That's just how it has to work. There's no other way to equitably make it work unless you live in a niche environment like Norway where it might work or something like that. But in a population like ours, that tax the rich doesn't work. What we are lacking is not taxes. What we're lacking is control. What we're lacking is a seat at the table. What we're lacking is a return on our taxes. We're not getting anything for our taxes. We're not getting roads. We're not getting health care. We're not getting public education. We're not getting mental health care. We're not getting retirement. We're not getting parks and recreation. We're not getting EMS and fire. We're not getting a return on our taxes. And our income can't support it. So what we need is for people to earn a living wage. And people who earn a living wage are probably going to pay 40 to 60% of everything they make in taxes. But those taxes need to have control levers. There needs to be a seat at the table so that we have a say over our taxes. And the way you do that is not by taxing the rich. Because when you tax the rich, you're taxing a pool of people this big. What you need to tax is the corporations. Then your pool becomes this big. Okay? So you go from a pool of rich people this big to a pool of corporations this big. Now suddenly you have a viable tax pool. And you tax the corporations directly. No sales tax. No VAT bullshit. You tax the corporations directly. They build the taxes into the price of their products as the cost that it is. You reinstitute the 94% top tier tax rate. One of the best things we did after World War II was the 94% top tier tax rate. Now remember, nobody is going to pay the U.S. government 94% of their profits. Yeah, they barely got it passed. A pitiful 15%. Basically, not even restoring us to what we were before Reagan. Not even restoring us to what we were before Reagan. So they have not increased the taxes on corporations at all. They've undone a small portion of the tax cuts they were given since 1980. True. Agreed. So, now, it's very important that you cannot tax necessities of life. So you can't tax food. You can't tax medicine. You can't tax basic clothing and basic necessities. You know, things like toilet paper, things like towels, things like, you know, basic shirts, t-shirts, underwear, sneakers, stuff like that. You know, your basic pair of work shoes should not be taxed. Your $300 Nike Air Jordans should be taxed. Okay? So what is this going to do? This is going to mean that your $1,000 cell phone might become a $1,300 cell phone. This might mean your $400 laptop becomes a $500 laptop. But you'll also be making $24 an hour, and you won't have any taxes coming out of that $24 an hour. So you'll be perfectly happy paying an extra $100 for the laptop. You see what I mean? Now, This also does something else. Right now, the tax system in the United States is parasitic. It takes, and doesn't give. What we need is to make the tax system symbiotic. By taxing corporations only on non-essentials, the government can't go, okay, well, everybody's buying that, so let's triple the taxes on that. Because if it becomes unequitable for that company to continue making that product, that company will do something a citizen in a parasitic tax system can't do. Commit suicide. You see, a citizen has two choices: pay or go to jail. Those are their two choices. So you can think of it as pay or die. So taxes are collected at gunpoint. A corporation, however, can murder itself with nobody dying. It will close its doors and go out of business. And now the U.S. government gets nothing. You see how that works? So the business can say, you're taxing me too much. I close up shop, you get nothing. So now the government has to regulate how much it taxes individual businesses based on how much the market and the people in that market can afford to pay. Now think about the next step in the consequence tree of what I just said. That means the government now has a built-into law vested interest in the well-being of the general population. Because if the general population is doing shit, they're not going to buy shit. And you're not going to collect taxes. So now the government has a vested interest in making sure the people are happy and doing well, because they will then spend more money and you can collect more taxes. And then the next thing you need to do is you need to control the order in which the government is required to spend the tax money. You must create a pecking order where this must be paid for first and this is paid for last. The order will have to be determined by people smarter than us, but it will basically be down here you have infrastructure, retirement, EMS, rescue, fire, police, roads, bridges, power plants, and over here you have political budgets and military. And there is no splitting. There is no 10% of this and 30% of that. Military gets 0 until everything below military is 100% funded. So if we choose, for example, basic government services as the first thing, that would be things like trash service, sewer, water, power, infrastructure, the grid, roads. Those get paid for first. Your Congress critter doesn't even get $1 to redecorate his office until 100% of that is paid for first. And after that is paid for, then the next thing gets paid for. Then the next thing gets paid for. And each has to be 100% funded before you can move to the next. So that you don't get exactly what is happening in the United States right now. That happens every 4 or 8 years that they pull this bullshit. We're reaching our debt limit. And what's all over the news? Government services shutting down, federal employees and military pay stopping, Social Security and social services unfunded until this debt ceiling is increased. They threaten to take all of this basic stuff from you to force you to pay for all this expensive stuff over here. That's how they get you to agree to all that. In my system, they would not be allowed to do that. The first thing that would happen is all military spending, except pay to soldiers, because that would be in the first category, would stop. No more missiles, no more tanks, no more nothing. Want to redecorate your congressional office? Too bad. That gets cut first. That's the way it should be. But that is parasitic taxes at gunpoint. I'm talking about symbiotic taxes that work for everybody. And it doesn't require us giving up our guns or our freedoms. In fact, it would enhance our freedoms. What are you going to do? The general population has to pay the bulk of taxes because they're the largest group. What we're lacking is control and return on investment. It's not important. It's not even slightly important. Our military is largely fucking meaningless. The budget the U.S. spends on the military is larger than the next 26 most expensive militaries on planet Earth, and 25 of those are allies. We spend more for the military than the next 26 countries combined, 25 of which are allies. What the fuck do we need the military for? Does that mean we throw it away and have none? No! But how about we cut the military budget to 1/26th what it is now? How about we take, we take 1/26th what we currently spend on the military, and we make that our military budget, and we'll still be spending more on the military than any other country on Earth. We could chop our military budget to a 25th of what it currently is and still be spending more on the military than any other country on Earth. The United States is not a democracy. It's an imperialist nation. We have 800 military bases occupying the rest of the world. That's at peace. We don't need that much military. We just don't need it. I mean, my God. What advantages? What advantage does having a military this size benefit the general population? How does it benefit, Herkimer, John Hess, welfare god, Dasco, or Chris Taylor? Tell me how it benefits us, besides pissing off the rest of the world at us. And bleeding all of our money. What benefit does it have? Exactly. If it doesn't benefit the general population, it has no benefit. It benefits the 1%. It benefits Lockheed Martin. It benefits General Electric. It benefits the billionaires profiting from our massive military spending. I love how we bitched about the $1.6 trillion stimulus bill, but then bipartisan passing of a $9 trillion military budget. Without hesitation, both sides of the aisle. I mean, people say, well, it's only $900 million. Yeah, that's per year for the next 10 years. Multiply $900 million times 10. It's $9 trillion. Oh, my God. Yeah, China is the one of the 26 that's not an ally. China's the one of the 26 that's not an ally. As if we're a threat to China. Do you know how locked at the hip we are to China? We die, China dies. China dies, we die. And China knows it. And guess what China is doing? As much as I despise their government, as much as I hate the way China does things, as much as I hate the way they treat their people, they're actually using their fucking brains. Because China knows the United States is fucking toast. China knows the United States is done. It's had it. It's over with. We're going to collapse, and everybody attached to us is going to sink like a rock with us. So China is trying to unlock themselves from our hip. So China is taking the billions and billions of dollars that we funnel to China because everything is made in China, and they're spending it where they should be. Making oil contracts, building power plants, building cities, building roads, building factories, collecting resources. China is preparing for the collapse. China's not a threat to the U.S. China is preparing for when the U.S. implodes like a thermonuclear vacuum bomb onto itself, and they're trying to prepare themselves not to be sucked into that detonation with us. That's what China's doing. We shouldn't be trying to cripple China's industries. We have no right to. That's an act of war. Fucking with somebody else's industry is an act of war, and it's a massive human rights violations on that country. What we should do is go after our corporations that are leveraging cheap labor in China to fuck over our people. Don't worry about China. We're fucking ourselves over just fine. China doesn't have to do anything except watch us implode. They're not going to invade. How the hell are they going to cross an entire goddamn ocean to invade a wasteland that is the U.S.? They're not going to bother. They're just going to watch us go. This is not an anti-American sentiment. This is I want America to fix itself sentiment before it's too late. If it's not already too late. It might already be too late. I don't know. I'm not smart enough to know. Well, you said that we were let's see, what'd you say? Let's see. With Biden's moves to cripple China's fledgling semiconductor industry. Okay, those words don't match the second set of words you posted. So maybe I misinterpreted them. Maybe there's a language conversion there. I don't know. But we have no right to cripple Chinese fledgling anything. What we do need to do is to stop our corporations from crippling our semiconductor business. And I don't want to hear this crap about made in the USA. This made in the USA bullshit is just that. It's bullshit. The only things we make here in the USA, by and large, are things that don't require people. Things that can be made in automated factories with a minimum number of employees. That's the kind of things we're bringing back to the US, and it's pointless because it doesn't help the general population. What we need to do is bring labor back to the United States. We need to return the United States to a manufacturing powerhouse instead of a consumerist powerhouse that depends on the rest of the world to survive. I mean, think about it this way. Imagine if I had a Star Trek starship in orbit. And it was a modern starship with nano-replicator repair bots, so I never had to fix the thing. It can keep itself running for centuries. And I decided I wanted to destroy the hot dog market, which I could, because I could sell hot dogs for a penny at a profit, because I have no need for money. My starship is antimatter powered, which I can generate for nothing, and I can use matter replicators to make as many hot dogs as I want to as high a quality as I don't even have to make cheap hot dogs. I can replicate the highest quality hot dog in existence and make millions of them and put anyone out of business. Do you think the government might have a vested interest and a right and a duty to tell me, no, I can't do that? You can't enter our market. We're going to, this is where tariffs come from. This is the reason we have tariffs. The government would then say, okay, Chris, these guys are selling hot dogs for $3. Their cost is, let's say it's $2. So padding enough for profit, we're going to charge you a tariff of $2.50 per hot dog. Now, no matter how cheap I make the hot dogs, even if I can make them for free, I can't sell them for less than $2.50, which at least allows others to be competitive. Now, that can be abused. That can be fucked over in many different ways. But the point of the tariff system is to prevent companies from abusing one economic system to its advantage in a different economic system. That's the purpose of tariffs, is to prevent your cheap labor economy over there in China from destroying our economy here. There is no competing with Chinese labor. You can't compete with Chinese labor. The Chinese can make this flashlight. And not even the Chinese. It's not the Chinese making this flashlight. It's the U.S. corporation building its own factory in China, hiring their people to build its flashlights. So they can afford to build a factory, hire that factory, supply raw materials to that factory, build these flashlights, ship them 15,000 miles around the planet, put them on trucks, and ship them across the country to stores all over the place, and still make a profit at $3.44. There is nothing anybody in this country can do to compete with that. It is an unattainable, unfair advantage. That's fine if we're able to do that. I'm talking about working with the system we already have. Right now, we're not capable of that, John Hess. We're not Star Trek yet. We should be heading in that direction, but you can't just go boop and teleport there. That's not how it works, okay? But the fact that they can build this flashlight for so little money over there, that after transporting it 15,000 miles around the world and shipping it across the country, they can still make a profit at $3. You cannot compete with that. Our standard of living does not permit it. It's just not possible. The cost of living here is entirely too high. And even if we completely optimized our cost of living, we still can't compete with that. So they should not be allowed to. These corporations should not be permitted to move manufacturing to China. And if you do permit it, you would have to apply tariffs to it to such an extent that it wouldn't make sense to move manufacturing over there. That's the only way it works. That doesn't mean you as a person can't buy from a Chinese vendor. That's fine. I'm talking about U.S. corporations sacrificing American labor for cheaper labor over in China. But automated manufacturing won't work because we have no infrastructure to take care of the people in an automated factory situation. You know, one of the things that I'm hoping for? I'm hoping all these fast food places automate rapidly. I want to see everybody working fast food fired. And I want to see all these fast food joints switch to fully automated operations. And I want to see it happen quick. Do you know why? Because then, as we enter a deep recession and America becomes impoverished and can't afford to buy the garbage shit they sell at these places, we can watch them all go bankrupt. What's the point of increasing your profit by automating if you automate away all of your customers because now they can't afford your dog shit anymore? But building here doesn't help if we're not enriching the people who live here. The reason we need to bring labor back is so that we can bring that money back to the people here. Yes, we do, but that's going to take longer than fixing the current labor problem. We can fix the current labor problem in a single generation. Your ultimate solution, which is the correct solution, is going to take multiple generations. We're not there yet. We're in a transition period between dystopia and a post-need society, but we're not there yet. So until we get there, we need to do something now. So the first thing here's what I would do for now. Okay, the first thing I would do is make minimum wage a living wage. As of right now, that's $24 an hour. Sometimes I haven't seen the jump yet. If we have a jump, great. Then we can change faster. Until then, we do something more sane. So the first thing I would do is minimum wage needs to be a living wage. And if the corporations start inflating and price gouging, you adjust the minimum wage more than once a year. If we have to get to the point where we adjust the minimum wage on a weekly basis, then that's what we need to do. Minimum wage needs to be a living wage. There is no logical, sane, moral, or ethical reason against it, except pure unadulterated greed. So right now, $24 an hour. The next thing we need to do is solve the largest costs against the minimum wage. For example, if we do these two things, I can make minimum wage $12 an hour. With two changes, I can make minimum wage $12 an hour. I can make $12 an hour a living wage. Step one, universal health care. No more Medicaid, no more Medicare, none of that. If you're a U.S. citizen, you are covered from embryo to ashes. Not a single dollar out of pocket. No copays, no visit fees, nothing. Universal health care across the board. Your taxes will actually go down because universal health care will cost less than what we're spending now. Or whatever they want to call it. Step number 2 is a multi-pronged process because the second largest sink on a person's income at the low level is housing. So the first thing we need to do is eliminate landlords to the extent that they exist today. They are parasites, they are leeches, and they provide no positive value to society. The very process and concept of rent and landlords, to the extent that we have it in the country today, is tantamount to racketeering. Oh, they provide a service, they provide housing for people to live in. After they bought the housing, preventing that person from buying the housing, and then offered it back to them at a higher price. We have a term for that. It's called racketeering. It's a crime in this country. It's supposed to be. Renting is necessary. You got people who move around. You got college kids. You got older people who don't want to have to deal with the maintenance of a home. Those are small. Those are single digits. No, that's the problem, though. They're paying taxes and not getting anything for it. So, step 1, property taxes and school taxes are done. 0, eliminated. The only people who will pay property taxes are commercial entities and people with more than one home. So if you have more than one full-time home, so if somebody has a cabin out in the woods, I'm not counting them. I'm talking about full-time homes that somebody could live in. If you have a second home, you pay taxes on the second home. If you're a corporate entity, you pay taxes. If you are a resident living in your home, There are no property taxes. There are no school taxes. That money is needed. We do need to collect that money because you cannot have a society in our current day and age without taxes. We are not a post-need society. You have to have taxes. My problem is how we collect that tax. So, no property taxes, no school taxes. No more fee simple title. A loyal title. You own your home. Once it's paid off, it's yours and no one can ever take it from you. Homestead protection across the nation. No lawsuit, no debt, including government debt, can ever take your home. The only exception would be utilities and mechanicals. So if you hire somebody to fix your home, then you obviously they have a vested right to put a lien on your house if you don't pay them. Okay? But otherwise, homestead protection for your homes. The second thing now why is property taxes so important? Well, when you have a government entity that collects revenue based on the value of your home, that entity has a vested interest in your home being worth more. Because if your home is worth more money, you can collect more taxes. Actually, I think education should absolutely be free at the register. First of all, anytime I say free, what I mean is no direct cost. You don't pay anything to receive it. It comes out of your taxes. So it's being paid for. It's just being paid for with taxes, like any sane nation does it, versus the insane nations like the United States. Your job wouldn't need to buy you that healthcare anymore because you'd have universal healthcare. When I mean free is that taxes pay for it for everybody. Bill Gates gets it, and the poor guy living on the street gets it. And it will reduce our tax burden. Your tax burden will actually go down because universal health care is substantially cheaper than the way we do it now. The United States pays more per capita for health care than any other country on the planet. Yes, I do get free health care. That's one of the reasons I chose to move to New Mexico. I actually didn't realize that I would get free healthcare. I moved here because I had to make sure Michelle had free healthcare, and by luck, I was able to get it as well. So hell yes, I took advantage of that. The reason that's a problem is because when your vested interest in the property being worth more so you can collect more in taxes, you're going to do what any smart businessman does. You're going to increase the value of your investments to increase your ability to tax. Governments do this with zoning. Why do you think houses are getting so much bigger and so much more expensive? Because zoning makes them bigger and makes them more expensive. Do you know one of the first things our glorious mayor tried to do that we ousted here? He's not being a dick. One of the first things our glorious mayor wanted to do was to ban mobile homes. That's right. Under the previous mayor, mobile homes were not allowed. They were considered temporary, unless they were grandfathered in. They were considered temporary, no more than 12 months while you built an actual home. Why? Why would he do that? Because you can't collect as much taxes on a cheaper mobile home as you can on a built-on property home. No, you're not being brutally honest. You're being an asshole, but you're not being a dick. Asshole and dick are two different things. You're wrong, but you're not being a total douche nozzle about it. So, he was trying to ban mobile homes because he wanted to increase property values. He wanted to increase property values so he could collect more taxes. He had, delusions of grandeur of being, a king of his empire and building a city. And that's not what the people here wanted. And we ousted his ass. And so they use zoning to effectively outlaw affordable housing. They've effectively, in most of the country, the zoning laws that are in place have effectively made affordable housing illegal. Because most of what would be required to make an affordable house isn't allowed. whether it be mobile or minimum square footage, etc., etc. Like in some places, except for a bathroom, no room is allowed to be less than 120 square feet. This is all attempts to push up the size of homes, which pushes up the value of homes, which pushes up how much you can collect in taxes. So by eliminating property taxes, you can then begin to push back on zoning restrictions that have effectively outlawed affordable housing. You can then start standardizing and mass producing microhomes. Think about a house made of two 40-foot shipping containers. That's 660 square feet. And before you say that's too small, most apartments are smaller than that. Okay? So if you're okay with your apartment, you'll be okay with this. You standardize everything. Every house gets the exact same sink, the exact same microwave, the exact same stove, built to Biffle standards. Build it for life, make it last, and you build the exact same thing across the board. You make basically universal housing. You could, at least in the South. In the North, this is going to be a little harder. In the South, this is pretty easy to do. Well, theoretically easy. Politically it'd be impossible. Financially it's pretty easy. And you build these houses on property, and you would sell them for between $25,000 and $30,000 a piece. Now, tax money would have to fund infrastructure advancement, so moving utilities out to these things. There's no such thing as free anything. It's all got to be paid for one way or another. So the result of this will be we don't have to take houses from landlords. We simply provide an alternative. And now a person can get a government loan for $30,000 at a 10% interest actual, meaning they're going to pay $33,000 in total. Their monthly payment to buy this house, not rent it, to buy it, will be $550 a month, or half the average rent in this country today. And they'll only have to pay that for 5 years before it's paid off. And then they will own the home. You do those two things. You make affordable housing legal again, and you institute universal health care and universal education. Keep in mind, when a lot of the people in Congress were in school, college was free. Pre-1970, it was totally commonplace for university educations to be free. There were plenty that charged, but it was commonplace for there to be free options available for university education. That started to change in the 60s and started to change hardcore in the 70s. It mostly started with Reagan when he was governor of California, and he told Berkeley to start charging tuition. So you do that. You institute universal health care, which will save everybody a fortune, including the taxpayer, all of us. You make affordable housing legal again, and you can make minimum wage $12 to $14 an hour, and that would be a living wage. So if you paid $68,000 in federal income taxes, that means you're in the top 1%, and you can go fuck yourself. We're not talking about you. You obviously don't have any problems. You're in the top 1%. Not income-wise, you don't. If you have any income problems, those are self-inflicted and your fault. Because you're making a 6 or 7 figure income. That's the only way you can owe 68%. The only way you can owe $68,000 is if you're making what, $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 a year. So what's your yearly income? Now, keep in mind, none of this has anything to do with me. I bought my home. I don't have to pay rent. So what I'm telling you wouldn't even benefit me. It would have no benefit to me whatsoever. Everything that I'm suggesting would not benefit me at all. It would benefit the rest of the country. I'm fortunate enough to be in a position where it wouldn't benefit me at all. So you can try to flip this around on a me want all you want, but I would gain nothing from any of this. Well, my income would probably improve as the income of everybody else in the country improved. And then create a bigger burden for society? How stupid do you have to be? What you just said is the epitome of dumb. What's wrong with that? Assistance is based on income, not possessions. What does my $47,000 house have to do with that? Who said that? I want to return, or I don't believe you own your home. Technically, I don't own this home. I have fee simple title. I should be able to own this home. Every homeowner should be able to own their home. It's outlawed in the U.S. You're not allowed to own your home. I'm the opposite. I want everybody to own their home. Homes shouldn't cost $300,000. That's insanity. When the median per capita income in the United States is $37,863, homes should not cost $300,000. The price of homes is an artificial construct. It has nothing to do with market forces or supply and demand. It's an artificial construct. There's no supply, demand, market force reason for homes to cost that much. Yeah, but it never crashes where it should. You know, it goes up to here and crashes to here. It goes up to here, crashes to here. It always ends higher than where it started. Where you got this idea that I don't believe in owning homes, when pretty much every word I speak is the exact opposite of that, boggles my mind, Lightspeed. Where do you get that? I don't believe, what I don't believe is I don't believe landlords should be allowed to rent homes they haven't paid for. If you've paid off your house and you want to rent it out, great. I 100% support you. It's yours. But when you take out a mortgage and then you rent out that house so that essentially you're not paying anything, the renter's paying for everything, that's immoral and unethical. Property values don't go up over time slowly. That's not how it works. The average house in the country today is actually worth only slightly more than what a house was worth 50 years ago. The biggest reason for the increase is actually simply because the houses are larger. A larger house is going to cost more. If you look at it on a dollar per square foot basis, house prices haven't actually changed all that much. Based on inflation, a house should be $120,000. And in reality, a house is about $140,000. The problem is you can only get houses for that prices in the middle of nowhere where there's no jobs. Yes, partially. Part of it was sickness, and part of it was I fucked up and made bad choices. Yes. I'm not living on the taxpayer dime. I'm getting health care on the taxpayer dime. And the taxpayer, the government, created this health care problem, so they should pay for it. I'm okay with that. I don't have a problem with that. What's Trump's excuse? But it doesn't. Not in reality. The biggest increase in prices of homes is artificial scarcity. We have 17 million empty homes? It's artificial scarcity. Oh no, if Trump is following the rules and not paying income taxes and he didn't break any of the rules, then he didn't do anything wrong. At that point, for that issue, the problem isn't Trump. The problem is the tax laws. Those tax laws need to change. Hollow a bust out to make a mask. Yes, Tinkercad can sort of do that. It won't be even, but it will work. There are two ways you can hollow out to make a mask. Matter of fact, let me show you. Let's see. Can I find a simple bust? Yeah, that should work. Let me find a regular human face. No, that one's simple. Let's use that one. That's assuming this will let me do it. Okay, bring up Tinkercad. Let's switch over the view to the screen so you can see what I'm doing. Why do they make it so many clicks to get in? I hate that. Why do I have to click 6 times to get into this? Let's see if it has too many triangles. Mesh is too complex. I need something simpler. Let's see here. I need something simple. That might be simple enough. Yeah, if it's too complex a model, it's not going to work in Tinkercad. Let's try this. This might be a very high quality model, so this might not work. Oh, looks like it will. The trick is to work small and then scale it up in the slicer, because you're going to have to scale it to fine tune it to fit your face in the end eventually. You can only scale symmetrically. You can't scale evenly. There's no way to do that, but I'll show you some tricks. Come on, baby, load. Don't fail me now. Yep. Oh, wow, that's really small. Okay. Okay. The first thing we're going to do is stand him up, and then we're going to chop him up. So first thing is to get rid of the garbage we don't need. Okay. All right. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is cut them in half. So let's say we cut them in half right in front of the ears to make your standard, in front of your face mask. So that's going to be right about there. Lift that up. That looks good to me. Cut them again. Now, here's the first thing I'm going to do. I'm going to take this and I'm going to duplicate it. Now, I'm going to take it and change the color. And I'm going to, how thick do you want the mask? Let's say I want the mask to be 2 millimeters thick. So I'm going to take 4 millimeters off the width. But I think I'm going to make him bigger first. So, how big is my face? So I'm going to say, 140 millimeters. Okay. How big is this? That's only 60 millimeters? Wow, he seems awfully tall. Okay. That's unusually tall, so I'm going to shrink him down a little bit. Okay. Let's delete that extra one. So here we go. Let's assume this is life size. It probably isn't, but it's pretty close probably. We're also going to have to get rid of that down there. So we're going to take a... Damn you. Stop arguing with me. There we go. We're going to giant size this. And make him more like that. That's pretty close to what a mask shape would be. So now I'm going to duplicate them. I'm going to move it 2 millimeters backwards. 1, 2. I'm going to change the color. And then I'm also going to change the width by 2 millimeters. You see I fucked up the bottom there, but that's okay. So I'm going to pick this end here and make it 98.6. Then I'm also going to pick this end here and shrink it by 2. 96.6. So what I did was I shrunk it on the left 2 millimeters, shrunk it on the right 2 millimeters, and then I moved it back 2 millimeters. And then I'm going to turn that into... Oh, I also have to do the top. You also have to do the top. That's going to be 149.53, 149.53. There. So see, that gives me a 2 millimeter shell around the whole thing. So X 2 millimeter, left 2 millimeter, right 2 millimeter, top 2 millimeter, slide it back 2 millimeters, make it a hole. You don't need to do the bottom. It's okay if the bottom comes to an edge. You can if you want, if the shape requires that. But this doesn't require that. But yeah, you can do that. And the way you would do that is by making this point appear down here and shifting it that way. So 147.53, I think it was. Okay. But you see, that gives me that whole bottom there that I don't want. I want to cut that out. So I'd rather not do that. This way I get rid of that bottom. So take 2 millimeters off that one. Take 2 millimeters off that one. Take 2 millimeters off that one. Turn it sideways. Set your snap grid to 1 millimeter. Right click on the right arrow twice to move it that way 2 millimeters. And then join them. And there you go. Now you see here we're going to have to adjust this. We lost a little bit down here. So we're going to have to make some adjustments to that. That would be the not moving the bottom 2 millimeters. So we are going to have to do that, and I'll have to create a hole separately. I'll show you how to do that. So put the point down here. 147.53. I was hoping to get away with that, but we have a big underhang right here and here, and we cut that away by not shifting the bottom. There we go. So now we have that. Now I'm going to take a cylinder, put a cylinder in here, and I'm just going to scale this to get rid of this bit on the bottom here that I don't want to be there. Just keep adjusting until we get what we want. There we go. There we go. Now we have a rough mask shape. We're obviously going to have to adjust this to be printable. Actually, that might print face down. That might actually print relatively nicely if I print it like this. I mean, you're not going to get as nice a quality because you're putting the Z-axis in the wrong axis, but there's ways you can mess with that. But that gets you the rough idea of how to make a hollowed out shape. Now, this only really works if you're doing one side. If your shape is symmetrical, it's easy. Just scale and center. If your shape is not symmetrical, it's a lot easier when you're doing one half. Because that gives you a relatively even shell. You can see my shell here is somewhat even. Is this perfect? No, but it's more than good enough for making a simple mask. Then of course you're going to want to put, holes for eyes wherever you need holes, etc. And then you're going to want to measure your PID. So you're going to take a ruler and you're going to you're gonna take yourself a ruler and put it like this on your nose or above your eyes like this, and you're gonna look straight ahead and put the center mark, like the 10mm mark, right here on the center of your nose, and you need to measure the distance from center of pupil to center of pupil. And once you have that, like I think, what's my PID? I forget what my PID is. Let's say my PID is, I don't know, 45. I don't know what my PID is, but let's say it's 45. Let's say it's 50. Let's say my PID is 50. What you'll do is you'll come into here with a 50mm wide shape like this, and you'll put that shape near the eyes like that, and you'll scale this model so that the center of the eyes is roughly the center of your PID marker. There you go. So if that was my PID, I've now scaled this mask to be appropriate to my PID. You'll have to then see if the width of this mask is sufficient to go around your face. You can either make the mask wider, or you could chop off more of the mask. So, take off more of this half, just cut it deeper so that it'll fit on your face. There's different things you'll have to do to tweak and adjust this to fit your face. But you're going to have to measure the width of your face where the mask is going to sit. So probably just past your temples, right in front of your ears. So measure that width of your face. And then let's say mine, I don't know, let's say it's 100mm. I don't know what it is. Let's say it's 100mm. So you'll take a 100mm block like this, and you'll shrink it down until it's a little stick like this. And then what you do is you'll bring that stick in here and make sure the mask is wide enough at that widest point. There you go. So this mask should be just wide enough. It might need to be a little bit wider. Change the color. If you have two separate bodies and one is on top of the other, the first thing you do is just to grab one of them and move it. Once you move it, then you'll be able to pick both of them, but change the color so they're two different colors. Well, once you merge the bodies together, there's no more selection. Now, if you have one body inside of another body, you can't. So let's see here. So you have here, I have two bodies. So I have this body inside here, and I have this body outside here. But if your body still has the back of the head, what you're going to need to do is this. You're going to need to select one of the bodies and hide it. You're then going to put a work plane on the top here somewhere. You're going to drop a ball here, and you're going to lift that ball above the head. You're then going to take that ball and select it with this internal frame and join it. So now the ball is attached to that. Now when I bring it back, even if this is hidden inside... Oh, I'm sorry, did I switch back already? Oh, shit. What I do is I take this outside body and I hide it. I then put a work plane on top of here, and I put a ball up in the air above it. Doesn't matter where it is, just has to be above the model. I then join it together. So that now, would you please select the goddamn work plane? What's your problem? So now this ball is part of this head. So now when I bring the other mask back, I can select the ball, and that will select the inside part with it. So that ball becomes my grab point to select that interior model. And what I could do is I can temporarily make the exterior model hollow, and then you make the interior model a lighter color. So now I can see the overlap between the two models. See that? And I can just adjust it till I get it right. You can see I chopped away a part of the face here and stuff like that. It all doesn't matter. But now I can see what I did. Now, how do I grab that blue one inside? I grab my grab ball out here. And when I grab that grab ball, I'm grabbing the inside with it. So you have to add yourself a grab ball to be able to, if you're fully enclosing a part, if you have the back of the head. If you've separated the back of the head, this is not a problem. But if you have a complete object, like here, let me show you. Let's say I have this ball. Control D, change the color to yellow, increase the scale. Now let's center the balls. Okay, now I have two balls here. How do I grab the blue ball inside? See, I can't, there's no way for me to get to this blue ball on the inside here. Well, the way I do that is I take the yellow ball and I hide it. I then create a grab ball, and I put that grab ball anywhere well outside of my model, okay? It doesn't have to be big or the same shape. It could be any shape you want. I take this grab ball and I join it to this one. Now, keep in mind, I can no longer center these now, so you can't move it. Right? Now, this ball is attached to this ball. Now, when I bring this back, I can grab both. So let me make the outside transparent so you can see it. So now, if I want to grab that ball on the inside, all I have to do is grab this ball on the outside, and now I can grab that inside ball. That's how you do that. I can't think of too many uses for doing that. Usually you're not gonna print a straight up hollow model. You're gonna have an opening somewhere in the model, and you'll be able to get to that part. But here is how you could do that if you need to. Another way you could do it is to temporarily resize an object. So this object is 151.53. I can write that down on a piece of paper, 151.53, and I can temporarily make this 150, 140. Okay, now I can grab the inside, and then when I'm done, I just change it back to its original dimension. You can do that too. But yeah, that's how I would do that. But by moving it back 2 millimeters, and then changing left, right, top, and bottom 2 millimeters, I have effectively created a relatively homogeneous 2 millimeter shell that I can now cut out of this. It's not perfect, as you can see, but it's more than close enough. Let me know how it works. The soda funnel is completely in vase mode, so that was an interesting trick to get it to line up correctly with the top of a 2-liter bottle. You know, to be vase mode yet still provide a watertight seal. That was a little tricky, but it worked. Don't over tighten. If you over tighten, you're just going to break it. Maybe I will. Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea because this is something a lot of people might have a use for. But the problem is there's a limited number of models you can do this with. Most busts are probably going to be too high a complexity to bring into Tinkercad. Now, the one thing you might be able to do, and I'll try it, and if it works, I'll add that to the tutorial. You could shrink the model in the slicer, export it as a new STL. Then there are utilities that you can use to simplify a model, to reduce the number of triangles. Use one of those utilities to simplify the model to the point where you could bring it into Tinkercad. That may or may not work. You could also pre-cut the model. I know Slick3R does it, so I think Prusa Slicer does it since it's based on Slick3R. Like, for example, the Spider-Man, cut the bottom of the bust off and cut the back of his head off first. That might reduce the model's complexity enough to allow you to import it into Tinkercad. So, for example, nope, that's the wrong one. I want this. Okay. You see a lot of the complexity in this model's on the bottom. So, yeah, split. I think this will do it. Right about there. I want to keep the upper part. I do not want to keep the bottom part. Perform cut. Okay, that gets rid of the bottom of the model. Now, how do I cut vertically? Isn't there a way to cut vertically? I guess there isn't, but I can rotate. Nope, not that one. There it is. There we go. Now I can cut again. Let's see. We want to keep a little bit more of the eyes. Probably about there. Perform cut. There we go. Now, file. Export, I believe. Export plate as STL. And we're going to save that, overwrite the original one. Yes. Now let's see if I can bring it into Tinkercad. Let's delete all this. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Delete it all. Go away. You're gone. Import. Spider-Man. Yes, that worked. I was able to simplify it enough to bring it in. Where's that? Tumalto and Gambier Islands. That's pretty. French Polynesia. Well, don't keep me waiting, Nordland. Does it fit a bottle? Unless your bottles are different there, it should. You guys can see what I'm doing, right? Yes. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I know it's a pretty complex model. Okay, this might actually be too complex to export. See you later. Oh, it remotely told you it was done. Okay, so here is our mask. So again, the whole process here. We are going to Control D, and we're going to change the color. Okay, then we are going to move it 2 millimeters backwards. So there we are, 2 millimeters backwards. Then we are going to shrink it by 2 millimeters. First, we're going to zero out these dimensions to make them easier to work with. Ah. So, nope, wrong one. 118.41. What did I do? Why can't this work? There we go. 118.41. 116.41. Okay. 87, 85.53. You want to scale this pretty close to the size of your face first. 83.53. There we go. That gets us pretty close. I see little issues here. So this one we might actually have to make a little bit smaller. See how we have the webbing in line with the face. There is another way we can do this. We can move it forward 2 millimeters and instead change the front dimension here. So 57, 55.9, no, 65.94. So we could do it that way instead, since we have all this webbing to deal with. And then we select the yellow one, make it transparent, and join them. I'll be back. I gotta go pee. Can't wait. Okay. There, that looks pretty good, actually. That looks damn good. Now we still need to take out a chunk in here. Why does it always do that? Gotta give me a hard time, don't you? This was not straight. Yeah, I did this all crooked, as you can see. His face was turned. So that's kind of my bad. Let's try to straighten that. Right about there. Okay. That looks pretty good. Yeah. How's it look on this side? Looks good. There we go. It did. So your bottles are a little different there? Because it's designed to fit the standard bottle cap that we have here in the US. So if your bottle caps are a hair smaller, then you might have to scale a little bit. You should be able to scale it 10% without breaking the vase mode. Your thin wall behavior should be able to compensate for that small of a change. Just try not to scale it too much or it's going to get wonky. Okay. There we go. That looks pretty good. Join that. Complex model, so it takes a little longer to render. There it goes. And there you go. Now this might actually print just by putting this surface on the bottom. A model like this might successfully print like that. There it is. About there. And let's bring it down. We want to be through and through there. And what I'll do is I'll take this, make it as big as the whole thing, and then invert it. Okay. Oh, we are not touching the bed. Boy, this model's all kinds of kooky, isn't it? Huh. That's pretty close. And chop off a little bit of the bottom so that we have a nice flat bottom to print from. And our model is now at the 0 point. Yeah, this should print without supports. You might want to drop down to 0.1 millimeters toward the top here to increase your overhang, and it might get a little sloppy at the top edge here, but I think this will print without supports. Again, this might get a little dirty here. That might get a little sloppy, but I think you'll be okay. I think that will print okay. And there you go. Now we have a little Spider-Man mask. Now, of course, you still need to put holes in this. You have to put holes where the eyes are going to be. Although on a mask like this, I would probably cut out almost the entire eye and then glue a piece of see-through black fabric over it to keep that realism of the mask, and you'll still be able to see plenty well enough. But yeah, there you go. So not too hard. Just tweak a little bit here and there. Your biggest roadblock is going to be finding a mask that's roughly the right shape for your face, and then getting it into Tinkercad with a low enough complexity. So again, use like Prusa Slicer to chop off the excess bottom and back that you don't need, so that the model you import is a lot simpler. And then, of course, don't forget to create your PID tool and your width tool to make sure the mask is wide enough inside and the eyes are in about the right position so you can see out of it. But as long as you do those two things, you should be somewhat okay for just like a masquerade mask that you would just put like an elastic band on here to hold it onto your face. You could probably do the same thing with an Iron Man bust. You can get helmets for Iron Man, but here's a simple one. If you just want to have a solid mask and print it out yourself, you can do that. Again, you'll have to go into Prusa Slicer and start chopping. This will probably import okay. You'll have to do some work to separate the head from the rest. Oh, it worked. But you'll have to do some work to separate the head from the rest, but it's not too bad. It's just a matter of setting up blocks, chopping off what you don't need, cleaning it up, scaling it. Alrighty. I'm already late to go pick up my order from Walmart. So I will see you guys next week. If you have any more questions, ask away and I'll try to answer. You guys have a great day.